Um, Hello there, guys. Welcome to Daily Updates. Well, surely we are going live since we've been waiting for the president to come on and address the nation. It seems like the president is having cold feet and is not yet ready to address the nation in relation to what is going on. Are you forming a coalition, or what is going on, President? Because he's supposed to be letting us know uh, a way forward in terms of coalition, but the president and the leadership of the ANC is currently busy at the Beachwood Hotel, trying to come up with a conclusion on what they are deciding on. Um, as you know it, they told us that the MK party at the moment has not really given them an answer regarding a coalition. Actually, Fikile Mbalula said that it is too difficult to reach out to the president, Mr. Jacob Zuma, the former president of the country. But we got a message from a statement from MK Party in relation to the coalition, which I'm not really sure if this relates to what's currently happening there by the NEC meeting. But it says MK Party confirms that engagements with the ANC have indeed taken place regarding the coalition discussions. A meeting is expected to take place soon where the MK Party will hear the views presented with an open mind while firmly prioritizing the aspiration and the inspirations and aspiration of the South African majority and blacks in particular. We commit and reaffirm to engage only in the future of South Africa, which prioritizes the interests of the people, especially the black majority who are poor, unemployed, homeless, and landless, against the interest of white monopoly capital and markets. Any coalition has to focus on eradicating the system that preserve and support the prolonged political subjugation and economic enslavement of our people. That is what the MK actually is saying in their statement. But one really wonders. So the ANC is about to address the nation in terms of what is currently going on, or what are their plans in terms of coalition. I don't think they would stay for such a long time in order to come and say to us, we have decided we are no longer continuing with the media briefing, or we haven't found a decision. I think they by staying that long, they have to come and say that this is our decision. And also, the timing for the MK party, it's as if the MK party has realized that the other parties would continue without MK. So they issued a statement in order to say that we are open to hearing the ANC. While Fikile Mbalula, I'm sure I can get that video just around, Mbalula told us that at the moment, we can't reach out to Zuma. It's difficult to get to Zuma. So now one would really have to think a lot about the issue of MK and the ANC. As you can see, this was the moment when Ramaphosa was heading towards the meeting. It's as you can see, he's even wearing a warm jacket. It's not going to be child's play there in the meeting. He's going to have to come across people like Zolim Kizi, who's actually saying that going into coalition with the DA is something they are not prepared to. It will be like selling out their people. So he thinks that the only coalition should be between the black parties, EFF, Patriotic Alliance, and even MK if they will come back to the party. But as of now, I'm sure we all have our own observations and views regarding what is going on. I would really love to hear what you guys think, because MK, if they don't come to the party, that would end with the the ANC saying that, well, you guys are not really welcoming in terms of us working together. So the best thing we can do is to continue with whoever who's interested in working with us. So um, it might be a loss for the MK. I don't want to lie. It might be a big loss for the MK if it happens that the ANC continues just to say that we are no longer going to be working or waiting for the MK. Let us continue and have a discussion amongst ourselves. And mind you, the EFF would be the party that would be so much interested in this coalition working. The coalition is a favorable one for the EFF. At 9%, they have to push at all cost to have a relationship with the ANC, because it's going to be beneficial to them. Even the PA, and I don't understand why they would go so long to wait for the announcement to take place. I mean, to wait to announce. You have a lot of choices. If you don't take the MK, why not take PA and EFF and continue with business? Or even as the rest are saying that they are not seeing a coalition of DA and ANC. Maybe just go for that. But I know the rest of the people would not be happy seeing Ramaphosa selling the souls of the black people to the DA, as many are saying that going into coalition with the DA would be catastrophic. So, what do you guys think in terms of that as we wait for the latecomer? Forever late, our Mr. Ramaphosa, they haven't gone live yet. I would have a link to that or a notification to say that they are currently going live, but they are not going live yet. And the journalists are sleeping there outside just to get that confirmation of what Ramaphosa has to say about coalition. It's either he agrees or he says, I'll address you tomorrow. You know, Ramaphosa is forever late. Tino, MK delayed the announcement, mind games. Of course, why does it take so long for them to announce that they are going to be listening to the ANC? And why does, I mean, no hate. We are just analyzing and speaking publicly. Why does the MK say that we are waiting to listen to the ANC? Why not the other way? Like, the MK is saying we're waiting to listen to them and we'll decide. As if, like, if the ANC doesn't go to the MK, there's no other party that is going to work with the ANC. And the percentage that the MK has, it is not big in such a way that if ANC doesn't choose them, the ANC won't have any other party to work with. I think Stanley says we are tired. Of course, they've been making us wait for such a long time. So I'm saying, why does MK wait so long? I know MK doesn't like Ramaphosa, and a lot of them, when you speak about Ramaphosa, they are not happy. Of course, Ramaphosa did Zuma bad. Actually, he just had an interview with Eyewitness News, speaking about Ramaphosa and the lead up to him resigning. And you can see that for Jacob Zuma, it's still personal. He's not happy about what Cyril did. And um, remember, I'm sure I can get that video at the IEC. There was a time um, Zuma wanted to go when Ramaphosa was addressing, and unfortunately, the securities had to stop Jacob Zuma from entering the IEC place where Ramaphosa was busy announcing. And you can see that for Zuma, he knows this game. he played this game a long time, and if Ramaphosa is not really careful enough, Zuma will always embarrass him. I mean, Ramaphosa was busy addressing, and Zuma wanted to enter that place with a loud cheer. You know, journalists always follow Zuma when he comes. So that was the plan until Ramaphosa probably thought about it and said that I got embarrassed during the 2017 elective conference. And he saw what happened on Saturday when Zuma entered the IEC place. So in him, it was like, if I let Zuma do this and that, I'm going to be embarrassed again. So he opted to just let Zuma be stopped so that he can continue speaking. Uzo says, if it's not that big, why do your ANC win the majority? Why did the ANC not? Well, the ANC did not win the majority because the rest of the people are not happy with the ANC. But they still don't want to give the majority to another party. They are not happy with the ANC, but they still feel like if we give it maybe to EFF or MK, then we are just entering the territory that is unknown. We still know what the ANC is capable of. Let us take the 50% and see how they work under pressure. So I think that would be my reasoning to that, because really, we got the list. Even the MK is on that list that who's that Zondo received for parliament. The MK is on the list. I know the MK is still pursuing the issue of the IEC, which they have a right to. But do you guys think the delay is going to be helpful? I want to see EFF, MK, PA, and ANC working together. And I know that most of them don't want to see Ramaphosa. They want Ramaphosa gone. But the question is, if they want Ramaphosa and he's not yet leaving, they are not yet left because he's not yet leaving, what is going to be helpful to the combination of all these black parties? Of course, nobody wants the DA. And the DA, as I said, people who don't know about the DA was there before apartheid. That's why people are saying we are not comfortable with them. It's the Democratic Party, and I think it's the New National Party. They came together in 2000 to form the Democratic Alliance. Both of them, Democratic Party and the New National Party, were contesting the elections. They were around for a long time. So a combination of the two formed the DA, which means those that were still alive there before 1994, they came together to form a new movement, a clean one, the Democratic Alliance. It is an alliance. So I get why people are not really comfortable with the DA governing. And of course, the DA is looking to get that opportunity. I'm sure they are praying that Ramaphosa listens to them so that they can work together. Just a second, guys. So basically, just to focus, basically what's happening is that for the DA, it's a life-changing opportunity. Let us listen to what Secretary General was saying earlier on.
Be much more stable. So I don't want you to be quoted out of context. I'm giving you an opportunity to just
everybody talks stability.
Yeah.
Everybody who has spoken, they want stability. It's not market oriented. The question is, if you put the principle out there, who's prepared to come with you to execute government of national unity? And in it, what is it? How do you define it in terms of content? And that is what is important. So you may be talking GNU, others have got a different concept of it, and all of that. So you are going to go to negotiations. So if you start first by saying, I will not talk to so and so, I will not do this and that, it might lead us to many months of instability without forming government. and running government and all of that. We don't want that. We want, and everybody else has been sensible that we have talked to, and they are ready to move forward and to engage with us and so on. We are a majority, but that majority is not outright majority. So we,
of course, it's a majority that got humbled, but the issue on not waiting forever in order to constitute a government, he is making sense. I mean, unless people would say that maybe wait for the answers from IEC on the allegations of rigging, which Zondo said that they are going to attend them, and then they are going to speak to those issues. So I think at this moment, it's just a matter of let us go and work together, and then wait for what is going on. I mean, the issue of wanting for reruns of elections, it's highly impossible and also cost a lot of money. So it's something that is not possible really. But of course, let's wait to hear what Ramaphosa would say. Maybe he has something interesting for the people of South Africa, and he's coming against people who don't want to work with the DA. I mean, question is, nobody wants to work with the DA, but a lot of people voted for the DA. If really those numbers make sense and people voted for the DA, it means a majority, not a majority, a lot of people believe in the DA. I thought we were going live. We are not yet live. It means a lot of people believe that the DA can offer them something. You can't tell me those millions of people who voted for the DA, you can't tell me that all those millions, they are looking to say that DA is the answer. And next thing, the other people feel like going into coalition with the DA would be catastrophic. Debbie, or maybe Son of the Soil is gonna be at 8. I hope not. I hope not. It's getting late. Ramaphosa shouldn't keep people waiting this long. Debbie says South Africa just thinks for Portugal, South Africa, not personal agendas, politics, please. Emma, ANC should swallow their pride and give EFF and PA support and let Ramaphosa go home. The only coalition, Haka, the only coalition or NGU that is going to work, ANC, EFF, and IFP or PA. Probably all of them, I think they would work instead of just focusing on those. Let me just get out of here. So, also, Jawulo says we don't want Mackenzie there. There is a brother of the DA. Mackenzie says that you give him, you put him in the coalition, he's going to take the home affairs and he's deporting everyone to their home, which, not that we would be arguing with him because that's the view. The same as the EFF, which says, give us the Ministry of Finance. Everyone wants something. And the ANC is up against, their back is up against the wall because they're saying, if I take the EFF, they say, give us finance. Everybody wants finance. Everybody believes in finance. And they say that Floyd Shivambu, let him take the seat of finance. And the ANC has to choose whether to take this big position, the finance of the country, to Floyd, who has not run anything as of yet, or whether let me compromise with the DA, which says I want the deputy president, and Steenhuisen says I don't care if Ramaphosa becomes the president. Actually, I'm comfortable with Ramaphosa being the president if we work with them, and then I can be the deputy. But he's not comfortable with Paul Mashatile being a president. That is why Ramaphosa would think DA is the solution, because how can you work with parties that don't want you, especially, Malema is comfortable with working with Ramaphosa. MK doesn't want Ramaphosa. They are bigger than EFF. And I'm sure ANC wishes the percentage of MK should have been to EFF because it was going to be easy. By now, we would have known that Ramaphosa is the president and Julius is the deputy. Let us check. Horse, we voted DA because our city works better than others. Not say it's perfect, not by a long shot. Horse, where are you? Are you in Western Cape? I just want to find that so that maybe I can respond knowing very well where you are. Tamsanga, coalition between ANC and DA, that would be a very bad idea. The DA made it very clear that their mandate is to defend the interest of white capitalists. EFF, ANC, IFP, and MK, very good coalition. What's your Twitter handle? Daily updates _ ZA Tino. Give EFF land portfolio and Mackenzie home affairs, then South Africa would be at peace. The life coach. EFF doesn't want to see a mass deportation of foreigners. And then Gayton wants mass deportation once he gets that position. Is that not going to be a lot of conflicts between the two? Because also Gayton doing a mass deportation, I'm sure one person being deported is probably a lot of millions that is going to cost South Africa. But at the end of the day, it's a decision that must be done. We can't really stay there and say that there's no way that they're going to do mass deportation. I thought maybe we are going live. We are not live yet. Ramaphosa, you know that. The mass deportation of Gayton and the EFF, as you say, give them a land portfolio. It's more like the way you are saying it is that, you know, the EFF is advocating for land without expropriation. Expropriation of land without compensation, sorry. And then Gayton says mass deportation. It seems to me if they do that, it's more like saying we are doing a coalition. Everyone must just do as they like. Go and accomplish your interest, which you have been speaking to your people. Now is the time to say to them, finally, you wanted land expropriation. Take this portfolio and go and do as you wish. And also to Gayton, that is not going to work. It's going to be chaos because ANC having the kind of support it has, they have to be very careful because one mistake, we are back to square one. One mistake, we are back to square one. ANC must be the leader of the coalition as the party with a majority. Unfortunately, they didn't work well. ANC must be the leader. And once ANC does that, it must make sure that the rest of them work according to how the agreement was made. Horse, you are in Cape Town. I heard, Horse, I would like you to respond on this. I heard that the DA works perfectly in Cape Town and it provides the best service, the big metros. But when you go to Guguletu, when you go to these other areas where it's full of squatter camps, the DA doesn't provide better service. It's actually neglecting those people. What would be your response to that? As you said that the DA is giving you good service. I would like to hear what you have to say on that. Sipo says, what type of a person is Ramaphosa? Sipo, the president, he's the president of South Africa, which I think at the moment the ANC believes that he is their perfect leader. Let's just listen to Fikile once more, because he had a lot of saying on this
question. The second question is, can we assume then after this meeting that is the end of talks about talks or exploratory talks, and you're now going with formal proposals to support it?
Can we just take a few questions?
No, let me just take them because I don't have a pen to note.
Yeah.
I think talks about talks continue. We are now moving to a stage, having received a mandate from the NEC, to hard negotiations. And then where we look at the option, including the technicalities, because the GNU that we talk about might be different from 1994. So the devil is in the detail. So the technical team, in terms of negotiating and all of that, will receive a broad mandate. But here we are expecting a sober discussion and engagement, and based on also experience of other countries in the world who have been in the situation like ours. Never have we envisaged that we will, at national level, not think but be in a situation where we have to talk about coalitions and all of that. So proposals put here are not cast in stone. Members of the NEC, they are not robots. They are allowed themselves to express themselves and engage. And that is why we are of concern when others were breaking away from the NEC rule of the center holding and going to engage outside that, because there's not been any position, and the position will be derived from this meeting, which is the National Executive Committee, the highest decision-making body of the ANC. And the president will pronounce on that at the end. But like we said,
They have to protect the president at all costs, regardless of what. Theirs is to protect Ramaphosa and say that we are going to protect you regardless of who says what. Because if they don't protect Ramaphosa, he's going to be eaten alive. No one wants Ramaphosa because they believe that he's in favor of WMC. So, of course, Fikile has to really stay there and defend the decision for them to push forward with the coalition talks.
The DA. Is this the same stance that has been spoken to you by Kosatu as well? And also the NEC member Zizi Bodwa, has he resigned from the NEC?
Zizi has stepped aside. He has not resigned whilst he addressed the issues that is actually facing. And he has done that voluntarily, informed by the policy of the ANC. He is not forced to do it. And to that, we are very much grateful to him for taking a step that has been taken before by comrades like Mike Mabuya Kulu and all of that. So the issue of what are you talking about?
The SACP.
No, we'll engage with the SACP and understand them. Where do they stand in relation to the issues that we are raising in terms of the model? Everybody have got a right to say no, not this direction and all of that, but there are limitations in these things. I wish we could be standing here and not talking coalitions and having won the election outright. We didn't, and that is the reality.
Also, while on the issue of the ANC, I mean, who else is not corrupt in the ANC? I know innocent until proven guilty, but Zizi Koto. I mean, there were stories before where they were speaking about the fact that he's going to be facing charges. He was in court, and they're speaking about 1.6 million out of a tender of 400 million. ANC, even if we want to speak about them nicely, how are we going to speak about them? They have two people this week who went to court. Even Zizi, it was difficult for him. He had to step aside from the NEC. He had to just resign from the sports. Maybe too little, too late. Anyway, on the comments, Matume, tell us about EFF wish list. Matume, tell us about the EFF wish list. What is the EFF? Okay, you are repeating it. We'll go back to that, Matume. Soli Mahlangu, no service from DA at all in my lifetime. Where are you from, Soli? So that we know that definitely they are not doing well. Uzo, Ram must not sell our country to the DA. It seems like no one wants to see the DA governing. So if the DA says that once governing, we are going to make sure that the economy is up and running and jobs are going to be created, would people still say that they don't trust the DA? Because I feel like a lot of people really don't want to see the DA in government. They can do whatever they like. People just don't want to see them. And Killer, please be specific when you say no one wants Ramaphosa. Not everyone is against his leadership. Yeah, yeah, maybe I wasn't specific killer. I should say that there is a group that doesn't want Ramaphosa, even in the ANC NEC. Of course, you are one of the people who likes the leadership of Ramaphosa. It makes sense. You love a leader, you go and give them support. But there is a part of supporters and people, even in leadership, who feel like Ramaphosa is not representing them. So, hence, when you look at it, there are people who are saying that we will be comfortable with a coalition without Ramaphosa. And as the president of the ANC, he has to stand by his word and say that I'm still the president. I'm not allowing anyone to remove me from the seat. Horse, agree 100% that all parties are neglecting the poorest. The saving grace in Western Cape is that at least new jobs are created, only province with increase in employment. Again, Horse, you'll think I'm against you. The only province that creates job employment, increase in employment, I would think majority is in tourism because the DA is like the hub. So are they creating a job for a specific or are they creating for everyone? I'm asking this question so that we can know if the DA goes with the ANC, it is not just going to be a specific, it is going to be inclusive. Because I've had a lot of criticism directed towards the DA. I mean, we should give them a break. But if you hear people speaking about how divided Western Cape is, you have to be worried about the fact that is the Western Cape, the way it's run, if we give the DA, are they going to run it like the Western Cape? If they are going to run it like the Western Cape and people are worried and speaking of division, then we should ask ourselves if the combination of Ramaphosa and DA would work for us. Also, Tessa says, okay, before that, Nathaniel says, Horse, by the way, EWP's short-term contracts and go look at their first quarter of 2024. The Western Cape did not produce the most jobs. There you have it, Horse. And Colleen, we struggled educationally, economically, spiritually, etc. Remember being denied education and being taught ban to education. I think you're speaking about before 2020, before 1994. I forgot. I'm still on that. 2024 is our 1994. And Emma says, dear, definitely not needed in government. Seems like a lot of people don't want them. What type of person is Ramaphosa? We need Zuma back in the office. I can tell you that without a doubt, you'll never see Zuma back in the office for the next 5 years. And by the time he's prepared to come back to office, how old is Zuma, by the way? I think he's 87. So at 90 years old, you think Zuma would still be interested in coming to parliament? I don't think it would make sense for him to want to come. By the way, we are 15 minutes past 7, and the buffalo has not arrived. So it means they're still trying to hunt the conclusion between all of them and see if maybe they can come with a conclusion that makes everyone happy. Guys, if you can please click the like on the stream, it would mean a lot. But then again, Ramaphosa not being back, it means it is heated up there. You have people like Zolim Kize, and a lot of them who are saying, we don't want the DA, we want these other parties. And some would be saying, it makes sense to work with the DA alone. It is going to be 60% DA and ANC. Why would they then go as far as calling other parties who will be troublesome and not just take one party, which they can control, the ANC? I mean, take for instance, if we are being honest without favoritism, if the ANC says, I take the DA and work with them, and it's two parties, deputy and president, and then the rest of them, they share them amongst themselves with ANC getting a majority, they could probably say that we are getting 70% and you're getting 30% of ministerial positions. Why would they then go and say that, well, instead of taking one, we are going to take three? I feel like it's going to be a lot of headache for Ramaphosa. You know, let's take, for example, the EFF. They are very quiet at the moment because they're still in negotiations. If they agree and work on a coalition, don't ever think that going to parliament, they are going to keep quiet and not harass Ramaphosa or make sure that they call him to order. They definitely are going to do that. And that could probably be one of the scariest thing for Ramaphosa, because he knows once I give the EFF the opportunity, I give the Patriotic Alliance, I am going to be in trouble. The EFF has already said that which Ramaphosa is being accused of, the Pala, it must come back to parliament. It is going to be Ramaphosa probably the president and having someone else. Then once they have that, they go to into parliament with EFF doing coalition, the IFP and probably the PA, unless the MK also comes into the party. And then boom, EFF says, well, let us look into what Ramaphosa has been accused of in terms of Pala. Next thing Ramaphosa says, I should have known. I have taken them with me. Now I'm regretting. We see. Let me start here. It's scheduled for 8 p.m. Oh, well, let's hope, Horse, if it's scheduled for 8 p.m., they definitely keep time. And Colleen Moyo says, Zuma wants total immunity, let him go. And Wisi says, it's a matter of time before Ukraine happens in South Africa. Wisi, I'm interested in this. If Ukraine happens in South Africa, who are we going to be going against? Or are you referring to civil war in South Africa? And if it's civil war, who and who? Because at the moment, as much as there are problems in South Africa is not a nation that can go as far as having a civil war. We've had problems, but since 1994, I don't think anyone would want to go as far as destroying the country that we helped build. The issue of 2021 movement, where people were destroying that part of a day where people were destroying everything, I don't think there should ever be a chance for the government to allow such a thing, because it takes us back as a nation. Instead of moving forward, we are destroying. Top 10 Mzansi, Zuma grandkids in Dubai on corruption money. And Tempinator, please help me here. Why do we have to register to vote? Because it is the main reason why EFF didn't perform well. Why do we have to register? Because it's the main reason EFF didn't perform well. What are you saying? What is the main reason EFF didn't perform well? Because we didn't vote, or what? I think EFF didn't perform well because of people who felt like EFF doesn't deserve their vote based on what they're advocating for. I think that's one of the things that you can put down and say, this should be the reason. In terms of people voting and not voting, I don't think it really adds to the issue of EFF losing. I remember I did a live stream when we were doing countdowns, and I told people that I don't see the EFF going over 10%, because I was looking at how the KZN is and looking at the fact that MK is performing well, and people were against me, but at the end, it was evident that that is the only conclusion. Let's see. Zibusiso says, ANC and EFF coalition in Johannesburg Metro have been so bad. Let's hope at national level will be better. That's my problem. It's easy to want coalition, but what does history say in terms of people doing coalition? And again, we must be honest as the people of South Africa. Most of us love politics and are not playing a part in politics. But politicians are not honest people. If we were put somewhere in Judgment Day, and they want honest people, and they want you to stay there and say, I'm a honest person, I've never done bad. Politicians, none of them would survive. No politician would survive. They are not honest people. It's just that the system is set in a way that we have to listen to them. We have to believe in them and think that they are going to run the country for us. If it was not about themselves, then maybe a president should not be getting paid. They should get everything freely and not get a salary, so that we can understand that it is not about the money. It is not about enriching themselves. And more politicians, and you must look at it this way. In the recent times, politics has turned into a professional work. If you don't want to struggle with jobs, join a political party and try and get that, salary. I wouldn't be surprised if the announcement is postponed till tomorrow morning. It's possible. Well, the company I work for has 90 branches around the country, and the Western Cape branches are outperforming the other provinces year after year. Does it not mean Western Cape is financially healthier? One more Africa, ANC, EFFPA is a government formed. Broken Hiko, ANC DA coalition will be the death of ANC. How so? And civil war should be avoided at all costs. Correct, Nathaniel. Zuma is smartest politician in South Africa. He was born with political mind. I agree. Zuma is very dangerous politically. But I think it's about time he grooms the young people and let them take part in politics, because that's the only thing we need. Wheezy, why did black people take up arms to liberate South Africa? Who were they fighting with? Now bringing them back would be a disaster. I mean, come on, man. It's just not 1994. Even if DA is going into coalition, DA can't do anything. DA cannot do anything. You see, the mere fact that we don't want them, it's fine. But to say that they are going to bring apartheid, not under any of our watch, if anyone would think DA would start apartheid or segregation and they would be successful, that person would be a coward. They did that, but that is then. Now we are not the same people we were. They are not going to pass. So we shouldn't even be worried about DA coming up with the issue of apartheid. I mean, who is Tian Hazen? He's going to be taken back to school to finish high school if he ever tries to start with such a thing. Guys, EFF is a Pan-African party. What did you think its policies would be when it comes to Africa? Pan-African. You see the statement, Nathaniel. Your statement, I think people are not really concerned with it being a Pan-African party. They are concerned with the fact that they are running for elections, and the issue of open borders worries them a lot. So they say charity begins at home. For the EFF to run the country, they would have to show more interest in the people of South Africa. And once they get that chance to run the country and become successful, they go out into Africa and introduce some new way of doing things so that they can liberate the rest of Africa. That's where Pan-African would come into the picture. Fix what you have and show an example to the rest of the people that this is how we want to do it. That's what I think. But let me continue. Please click the like, guys, if you can. It means a lot if you do that. Just to go back, global stock, ANC is just in trouble. Confusion at all sides. Nathaniel, okay, I've read that. Horse, it's interesting. We all want our country to work, but we can't agree how. That's the thing. South Africa must work. But people say not with the DA. And some say it's not with Ramaphosa, while others say not with the ANC. And others are saying not with the EFF. Maybe give the presidency to Herman Mashaba once. Maybe he's going to do some justice for us. Nhlanhla, coalition government is equal to best service delivery. How so? EFF and ANC will be, Mutale, will be good because these two parties have same policy somewhere. Of course, you are making sense, they do. But then the question, will them combining their, okay, they are not back yet. Will them combining their votes results in them having a majority, the EFF and the ANC? Because what the EFF would have liked would have been that percentage of the MK going to the EFF, so that it was just going to take one day. They were going to say, ANC, we want to work with you. Take this, we get this, it is over. But the distraction became the MK party, came into the picture, destroyed all the plans of the two. I think behind the doors, they have been talking about the fact that if we match, if we can be able to go over 50%, let us work. But Zuma was the last person with the piece on that chessboard, and unfortunately, it disturbed the whole idea of EFF and the ANC. With the next Palestine, Unamanda, next Palestine. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. Even Palestine, it's something we are not even closer to. Siabonga, my brother, segregation is alive and kicking in Cape Town. There are 3 sections of Cape Town: the white section, colored section, and the black section. And DA is okay with that. I'm sure Horse would be very happy to respond to what you are saying, because that is what I was saying about the fact that people on the ground are saying that DA is unbalanced. How do you get a country that is unbalanced to run the country? To run, how do you get a party that is unbalanced to run the country when they are running a province that is unbalanced? And I don't know why they didn't take the DA below 50%, so that all of them can say that we don't have a majority except for the ANC. If really people wanted to see change, they should have just made sure that they don't vote the DA a majority there, so that each and every province they get to share, excluding our own province there by Limpopo, who can even go and decide on making sure that they reduce the ANC, giving them more than 70%. Another province of our own, the Eastern Cape, going to pit toilets and still saying that the ANC, Congolos, who's the other? Even Northwest, the Platinum province, still speaking about giving ANC a chance. I mean, clearly, the ANC is doing something we don't know to these people. Maybe if we go to those provinces just to visit them, we are going to be impressed. But then again, I might be speaking a lot. It's 30 minutes to go. Ramaphosa would be telling us, fellow South Africans, we have decided as the ANC NEC, but when I'm saying decided, I mean I forced them to go into coalition with the DA. And the rest of South Africa will erupt, saying that not in our watch, because nobody wants it. There was a protest, by the way. The daughter of Jacob Zuma, what's her name? Tutukile, I think, something like that. I'll show you the video. She had 5 minutes speaking. Where is she? Where is she? This is the other one. Let's just check. I'm not sure if that's the correct. Okay, seems like it is. Sunday World has had a 5 minute. Okay, there you go. Okay, Tutukile. Sunday World had a 5 minutes clip of Tutukile outside the Beachwood Hotel, demonstrating a small protest do not betray the Palestinians, cause, or do not betray their cause, not with the DA. Anyway, listen to this.
Meeting of the African National Congress, we're here to register our concern about a sustained campaign from the media and all right-wing sectors for a coalition government with the ANC and the DA. And we're saying, as members of the African National Congress, we cannot, in good conscience, support a coalition with the Democratic Alliance, because history has shown that the Democratic Alliance is anti-transformation. They are against the minimum wage, they're against the progressive action, they're against the NHI. All progressive legislation that the ANC has advanced in Parliament, the DA has stood directly opposed to it, which means they're against the very core transformation agenda of the African National Congress. So how can you co-govern with such people? In addition to that, a government of national unity with a political party representing white interests who burnt our flag a mere 2 months ago. We're saying, as members of the ANC, we trust our NEC, we elected them, we have full confidence in their decision making, and we trust that that decision will exclude the DA from forming part of any government of national unity.
What about those who say this is a done deal? It was done long time ago. You'd remember there's a clip of Helen Zille in 2019 already speaking about going into a coalition with the ANC. Has the horse not bolted?
You know, those people don't understand the ANC and how the ANC works. Today, we are outside a National Executive Committee meeting of the African National Congress. The NEC is the highest decision maker, and this NEC has not sat to deliberate on these matters. So anyone who thinks they are a bus somewhere and they have kitchen girls and garden boys must think again. Madam Helen Zille must think again. There's no done deal. Abaholi, the African National Congress, they will deliberate in their wisdom. We will welcome their decision, and we're sure that decision will exclude the racist Democratic Alliance that endorses a genocide in Palestine.
What should that decision include? Who should it include if it excludes the DA?
We're here to say we have full confidence in the leadership of the ANC. The National Executive Committee is made up of cadres of our liberation movement, and they will take that decision. It's their space. It's not our space. Our space is simply to say no to the Democratic Alliance, because that represents regress of our national democratic revolution. And so that's our space. For them, they will deliberate, we will accept their decision, and we will definitely welcome it, and we're sure that it will not include the DA.
Why are you following your own channel? Does this not signal trauma within the organization?
No, what would be problematic is for the leadership to take a decision and me not to be a disciplined member and abide by that decision. There's no decision that has been taken. They are here today to deliberate on that decision. Hence, we saw it fit to come and register our concern before they deliberate. So there's nothing ill-disciplined about that. People who think it's ill-disciplined, they don't understand the African National Congress.
So now that, because the ANC hasn't won a majority, that's why the party finds itself in a position where it's negotiating. What did you say to people who are saying the party doesn't have a choice but to engage parties like the DA?
Yes, unfortunately the ANC did not get an overwhelming majority, and that reality means that you have to engage different political parties to try to form a government. We're saying that government must be a progressive government. It mustn't be a regressive government, and the inclusion of the DA would mean that it would be a regressive government, because we've seen how the DA has behaved over the past 30 years and how it has stood against progress. So we're simply saying, yes, we accept that we did not get the overwhelming majority. After the dust is settled, we will go and introspect on all those matters, but for now, the government that is formed must be a progressive government, not a regressive one, and the inclusion of the Democratic Alliance threatens that.
What then, though, if this decision you are opposing is taken, what is the next move?
The next move, as a disciplined member of the ANC, is to accept the leadership and that is provided and the decisions that are taken by upper structures. We have always done that. We are disciplined members of the ANC. We're simply here to register to say that there's no way we can accept that the DA form part of a progressive government. But of course, we're disciplined members. Once the leadership has spoken, they've spoken.
Apologies if you've answered this already, but since you've mentioned that the DA is a regressive party, who are the progressive parties that it would be worth to consider as the NEC sits today?
The progressive party is the liberation movement that was formed in 1912. That's the progressive party in South Africa. So that party must lead a progressive government of national unity with other political parties that don't stand opposed to what the ANC is trying to achieve.
So which parties do not oppose what the ANC is trying to achieve?
That's their space to deliberate on that. They are here today. This meeting is precisely for that deliberation. And that out of this meeting, they will make that determination. What we're saying as members of the ANC is that we are sure that the DA is not one of them.
Okay, thank you. I'm interested in knowing what she voted for. I would like to know if it was ever possible. Who did you vote for? Because you speak so well. Did you go with your blood, the ANC, or did you also say that not Ramaphosa? Anyway, that is what Tutukile is saying in terms of not wanting to allow the DA to be given an opportunity to be that political party that is going to be teaming up with Ramaphosa. Rumor has it, the reason Ramaphosa is delaying the address is because they are on a video call with a Zoom meeting with Jacob Zuma, who joined them to say that. So basically, this is what ANC and MK want to offer each other, or rather, Zuma listening to them on what they want to offer the coalition of DA and MK and the ANC. That is why it's taking long. So if really they are on that issue, Zuma would want firstly Ramaphosa not to be the president, and then he's going to have his own hey, wait a minute, what's going on? He's going to have his own things that he needs from the coalition. So negotiating with people that you know that they are oppositions, it's very dangerous. And I mean, we must be honest. I seem to be neglecting the comments anyway. We must be honest. Just to go to the comment, my response is that on a national level, it was also closer against Zulu of we are to compare, if we are to compare results from KZN and Eastern Cape. So sure, people are voting along those lines. AKA says, ANC is the only party looking for partnership because they don't want to lose positions. I wish DA, MK, EFF, and IFP agrees and form a government, shares provinces, and exclude the ANC. Okay. Edwin, you should advocate for return of the land than trying to convince us that DA is a better option. It's better if we unite as black parties than Hemen, Musi, Cyril are same WhatsApp group. DA and ANC coalition will just open healed wounds from us black people wheezing. Horse, and I really think it's not okay because then I get accused of voting for a white party, but my decision was based on service delivery. For me, we are not, for me, are not all our votes subjective to an extent. That was good clip. Yes, that's Zuma's daughter, Chuchukile. So hence I'm saying I hope to find out what she voted for. She speaks well, and it's a shame to be the DA at this moment. Nobody wants you, but you have the legal belts to enter the race, but nobody wants you. They all think that you are something that is going to cause division in the whole coalition. People don't want to see you. So maybe the DA should just leave politics because it seems like they're going to be oppositions forever. No one wants the DA. People are speaking about healed wounds. So they must just get it onto their head that no one in their right minds wants to see a coalition of ANC and the DA. Nobody wants that. And someone said, why don't they work together and leave out the ANC? They could, but they would still need the DA, which defeats the purpose, because the whole purpose is to say that let us exclude the DA and ANC if it's possible. So if you want to take out the ANC alone, it means you are working with the DA. And if you want to take the DA, it means you are working with the ANC. So people must just go and decide, because we must just be honest. Ramaphosa is going to announce a coalition of few parties, which if what is some girl saying? Okay, anyway. So if the decision is that they work together, those parties, EFF, ANC, and then they exclude Mkondo Wesizwe, they can still have a lot of parties as far as Herman Mashaba. But having to listen to Jacob Zuma, then they would probably come to a conclusion. I think at this point, the issue of Ramaphosa being removed as the president should not hold. I will tell you why. I think we are marching towards an improved South Africa only if there are no egos. You know, politicians and egos, it's a big problem. And remember, politicians know better than the rest of us. You can go to school, but politicians will still tell you that I know better because of one thing. They run the country and they are in the business of running the country. So politicians, as you have seen, they would put someone who don't even have qualifications for that position because it is a politician. If countries were run because of merit, we would have a long journey and a comfortable one. Like in the USA, they have someone as a minister of defense. That person has studied, and also at one point he was in the defense as a soldier, and he studied well, and he went up the ranks, and now he becomes a minister of defense. Here in South Africa, you must wear the boots, polish them, and you must have a history of Robben Island, or you must have been in exile, and then you come and become a minister of defense. That is why people are going to court, because they are accused of corruption. It's because the only thing they know, it's boots on the ground, hiding. It's the only thing they know, which we thank them for that. They fought for freedom. But what experience are you bringing into the new South Africa when you are going to say that I was throwing rocks? It is not going to work. That is why we have an issue of service delivery. Someone is a finance minister. What papers do they hold? This guy is a doctor. He was a doctor. He was a pharmacist. I mean, come on. The ANC has never taken us serious. They have never taken us serious. That is why you see what we see today. Free education. Yeah, they say go to school, get those papers. You get them, there are no jobs. Why? Because they have someone who's a Department of Labor, something like that, who knows nothing about what he's doing. I totally understand that fear. I just want our country to look to work. You know that EFF want in exchange of support of coalition. Matume, surely the EFF they have not revealed all their cards. I think they want to reveal them once coalition is confirmed. But what Julius said was that they don't mind going into coalition with Ramaphosa. The only thing they want is that, what time is it? Okay. The only thing they would want from that coalition is to see land expropriation without compensation, nationalization of banks. They mentioned quite a lot of things, and they said within 12 months. Imagine. They are giving ANC 12 months. ANC. Expropriation of land without compensation, 12 months. We give you 9%. Those are some of them. I forgot about the rest because he mentioned quite a few things saying that our coalition will come with these demands. And One of them was that Finance Minister Floyd Shivambu, which takes us back to the issue of politics and having people standing on positions. And when you look at their qualifications, they don't qualify. You have people who don't necessarily have the experience. When you are hired at work, you are made an intern to gain experience. You gain experience and then you get to grow as a person. If it was me negotiating position, I would say that how about as the EFF on the issue of the Minister of Finance, how about we put Floyd as a deputy so that, and also agree that within a certain time, let us see if the minister is not performing, we put Floyd. And then Julius goes and becomes the deputy and then learns the job as time goes. Maybe I'm confusing politics with real office work, because in politics, it's about reaching out to the masses. So that is why you see ANC has been failing us. People don't have qualifications. They don't even have experience, but they've been given positions. Look at Mam Angie Mutsa. Hey, we came from 50%. We got OBE. We got all of them. But still, she's being given the Minister of Education. We are taking kids with 30% to university and they have to go there and be marked for 50% and say, hooray, our country is beautiful. We are producing results. But in all honesty, they're taking us back. Don't mind me. I'm just keeping time while we're waiting for that 8 p.m. to see if Ramaphosa would be addressing us. So, of course, get rid of unqualified people. I don't know why the comrades can't get someone who's not affiliated with politics. Why can't get someone with the qualities and say, you are a minister of what? And let that person do their job. But no, because they fought the struggle, because they've been there, they want to taste how the salary of a certain minister and all those things that comes up with the position. They want to enjoy that. They want bodyguards. That is why they can't even let go of those powers. And that is why Africa as a whole would never progress, because it's all about the politics of the stomach. Let me charge my. Let me put my phone, my laptop on charger, because it seems like Ramaphosa is coming soon. So we want to hear the excuses of the movement. Just a second, guys. Where am I? Seem to have disappeared. Okay, I'm back. Listen. Someone says, please like the stream, guys, if you can. Hey, let me just check. I don't want to keep you guys waiting while I forgot to check if the ANC is live. Okay, they are not yet live. They are still feeling cold. And again, Hoss, your points are good. Thank you, man. I love this channel, but I don't know the guy presenting. Good job, brother. Yeah, my man. Just call me daily updates. I totally understand that fear. I just want our country to work. Where was I? I even forgot where I was. Anyway, yeah, about the ministers. Anyway, guys, the point is to just keep the time going so that we go to that briefing of Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa likes briefing us late. He might come at 11 so that he can brief just 5 people. We wake up in the morning, we hear the news. So he must just bear with us. We are going to wait to hear what is going on. Again, Begitkel is not coming back to parliament. Naledi Pandor, of course, she says she's retiring. Dlamini Zuma, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma is not coming back. Who else is not coming back? Is this Tulas? I think Tulas. Who is that? Tulas Nancy or something like that. Yeah, Tulas. I think they said he's not coming back too. Who's the other one? Praveen. Of course, Praveen is also retiring. Make sure you don't do your job, then leave and retire. That's the whole point. So Bheki Cele, one time we liked him because he was like shoot to kill, left, right, and center, and people really enjoyed what he was saying. And once he started not performing, he started performing bad. He's the one who came up with Amaberet. Once things went south, they said get rid of him, and of course he just wears this hat, goes around everywhere, and shines, but forgets about the issue of dealing with the problem at hand. That is why we've been suffering. We are having ministers such as Bheki Cele. While you have the gentleman there in KZN, I keep forgetting, Mkwanazi. While you have Mkwanazi doesn't take nonsense. He spoke to taxi drivers and said that if you want to fight, let us fight now. Hey, taxi drivers were like, no, we are not fighting. That's how you know that this guy is a born leader and he has papers and experience. What about Bheki Cele? Bheki Cele, all he knows is to just say, shut up, making noise every time. We don't want such leaders who are easily tempted, easily angered, because they feel like they're being disrespected. And he goes and telling people about gardeners, garden boy and whatnot. Those are not leaders. Those are fake. And don't forget, they hire leaders, they hire these ministers, and they have someone, director generals at the back, who's going to be doing these jobs for them. Go to municipalities, go everywhere. They hire consultants. There's a whole CFO in, like most of the municipalities in South Africa. CFOs hire consultants to go and do the year-end finance. What do they call them? Financial year-ends for them. They do that. But when he was interviewed, he had a brown envelope. So he was answering question and also provided that brown envelope. And there's one in Northwest. I forgot his. I think it's a CFO or something like that. She was appearing in court yesterday because she has her finger in a cookie jar. These people, all they know is to say that once you enter politics, you are rich. I mean, we have a lot of talented people in South Africa. I had Moeletsi Mbeki speaking, and I was like, these are the leaders that we never had. The leaders that we should have had. We had Kgalema Motlanthe. Unfortunately, Kgalema never governed for a time that we can really look at him and say we did bad or good. But we are having leaders that are there for faces. They are there for lights, camera, and action. Think about it. Now, what we want is a coalition. Question is, how is the coalition going to be structured? Everyone wants a position. I wake up today, I want to be a Minister of Home Affairs, Kenny Kunene, famously known for eating from a women's body. Then today we are making that person a Minister of Home Affairs because their agenda is take all illegal foreigners back to where they belong, deport them. Once you have that view, hey, you are perfect. They don't need to have much about anything. So, yeah, I hope time is it's approaching. I hope time is approaching, guys. We just want to listen to what Cyril Ramaphosa is saying. He's wasting time also. I don't know why they can't really Sorry. I don't know why they can't just come and tell us that they've decided to work with the EFF, because that's the first party they will be working with. Tutukile.
Why are you guys here?
Sanbonan, we're here outside Birchwood Hotel, outside the NEC meeting of the African National Congress. We're here to register our concern about a sustained campaign from the media and all right-wing sectors for a coalition government with the ANC and the DA. And we're saying, as members of the African National Congress, we cannot, in good conscience, support a coalition with the Democratic Alliance, because history has shown that the Democratic Alliance is anti-transformation. They are against the minimum wage, they're against affirmative action, they're against the NHI. All progressive legislation that the ANC has advanced in Parliament, the DA has stood directly opposed to it, which means they're against the very core transformation agenda of the African National Congress. So how can you co-govern with such people? In addition to that, a government of national unity with a political party representing white interests who burnt our flag a mere 2 months ago. We're saying, as members of the ANC, we trust our NEC, we elected them, we have full confidence in their decision making, and we trust that that decision will exclude the DA from forming part of any government of national unity.
What about those who say this is a done deal? It was done long time ago. You'd remember there's a clip of Helen Zille in 2019 already speaking about going into a coalition with the ANC. Has the horse not bolted?
You know, those people don't understand the ANC and how the ANC works. Today, we are outside a National Executive Committee meeting of the African National Congress. The NEC is the highest decision maker, and this NEC has not sat to deliberate on these matters. So anyone who thinks they are a bus somewhere and they have kitchen girls and garden boys must think again. Madam Helen Zille must think again. There's no done deal. Abaholi, the African National Congress, they will deliberate in their wisdom. We will welcome their decision, and we're sure that decision will exclude the racist Democratic Alliance that endorses a genocide in Palestine.
What should that decision include? Who should it include if it excludes the DA?
We're here to say we have full confidence in the leadership of the ANC. The National Executive Committee is made up of cadres of our liberation movement, and they will take that decision. It's their space. It's not our space. Our space is simply to say no to the Democratic Alliance, because that represents regress of our national democratic revolution. And so that's our space. For them, they will deliberate, we will accept their decision, and we will definitely welcome it, and we're sure that it will not include the DA.
Why are you following your own channels? Does this not signal humour within the conversation?
No, what would be problematic is for the leadership to take a decision and me not to be a disciplined member and abide by that decision. There's no decision that has been taken. They are here today to deliberate on that decision. Hence, we saw it fit to come and register our concern before they deliberate. So there's nothing ill-disciplined about that. People who think it's ill-disciplined, they don't understand the African National Congress.
So now that, because the ANC hasn't won a meeting, that's why the party finds itself in a position where it's negotiating. What did you say to people who are saying the party doesn't have a choice but to engage parties like the DA?
Yes, unfortunately the ANC did not get an overwhelming majority, and that reality means that you have to engage different political parties to try to form a government. We're saying that government must be a progressive government. It mustn't be a regressive government, and the inclusion of the DA would mean that it would be a regressive government, because we've seen how the DA has behaved over the past 30 years and how it has stood against progress. So we're simply saying, yes, we accept that we did not get the overwhelming majority. After the dust is settled, we will go and introspect on all those matters, but for now, the government that is formed must be a progressive government, not a regressive one, and the inclusion of the Democratic Alliance threatens that.
What then, though, if this decision you are opposing is taken, what is the next move?
The next move, as a disciplined member of the ANC, is to accept the leadership and that is provided and the decisions that are taken by upper structures. We have always done that. We are disciplined members of the ANC, ANC. We're simply here to register to say that there's no way we can accept that the DA form part of a progressive government. But of course, we're disciplined members. Once the leadership has spoken, they've spoken.
Apologies if you've answered this already, but since you've mentioned that the DA is a regressive party, who are the progressive parties that it would be worth to consider as the NEC sits today?
The Progressive Party is the liberation movement that was formed in 1912. That's the Progressive Party in South Africa. So that party must lead a progressive government of national unity with other political parties that don't stand opposed to what the ANC is trying to achieve.
So which parties do not oppose what the ANC is trying to achieve?
That's their space to deliberate on that. They are here today. This meeting is precisely for that deliberation. And that out of this meeting, they will make that determination. What we're saying as members of the ANC is that we are sure that the DA is not one of them.
Okay, thank you.
Well, with that said, one thing we know for sure is that Ramaphosa will definitely have to address the nation, especially because a lot of journalists have been waiting for them to address. So there's no way that he can end up having cold feet. I think the meeting with Zuma is taking longer. They are trying to explain to each other how are they going to meet each other halfway. But Ramaphosa would definitely have to address. It's just that, hey, it seems like they're taking longer than we anticipate, which is worrying because this shouldn't be that difficult. It shouldn't be that much of a hassle. Already they know what they want. Why the wait, the long wait? Or is it difficult to really convince the rest of them that this is how we work? Political parties are not making much noise now because you make much noise, they leave you on the outside. It's a matter of having discussions with each other on what they want. What do you guys think as we wait for Ramaphosa? Must we end the stream and maybe wait for him to come back? Or do we just continue having a conversation? Because the man is never on time. Kamogelo, Gabriel, the biggest breakthrough is getting rid of Becky. And Kamogelo, I bet this meeting will be postponed till they talk to MK. Talk to everyone. But, and then MK kept them waiting for a long time. It's just that they have to be careful on what they do. Why doesn't ANC just recommend Mutlande for president? Maybe his time has ended, and especially the post they gave him. Mutali, MK is okay to work with ANC, but the challenge is that Zuma and Cyril are political rivals, and the statement Zuma gave is clear. He said MK is ready to form coalition with ANC unless Cyril is removed. Mongezi, for South Africa, not only black people, but for all races. He has still not made time to deliver that message, Mr. Ramaphosa. Again, we keep waiting for him to come and address the people, but seems like that is not what he's going to be doing. Addressing us because Ziakala, you can't convince everyone. You have to be prepared to be opposed. On SABC, there are like 4,000 people waiting for Ramaphosa to come online. Everyone has been waiting for the president. That is why I'm saying that there is no way that we are not going to see Ramaphosa. We definitely are going to see him. We definitely will listen to him. We are going to hear what he has to say. It's a matter of time until he starts. Unfortunately, there is a lot that they need to go through until we finally get to hear what their decision is. Until then, it's a waiting game. And patience is something we are good at, because without being patient, we won't get the chance to hear who is the deputy president of South Africa, because 100% sure that person is not coming from the ANC. Paul Mashatile will no longer be a deputy president unless um, the ANC convinces them otherwise. But Paul will not be the deputy. It has to come from the EFF or the PA if they are working with them. And if they are working with MK, it has to probably come from the MK. And when you speak about the MK, who would then take that position? Euro Africa is watching still, my man. See now, you get blocked for such comments. Uh, you see, so now, who gets that position? I mean, if Jabulan Kumalo was still in the MK, they would probably give it to him. But since Jacob Zuma can't form part of parliament, if they give it to the MK, the position, the opposition, who gets that opposition, that seat in the MK party? I think the reason Julius has not been saying a lot since that press conference is because they're hard at work having a communication probably with the ANC about coalition. That is the only solution that can come out of the silence. And you look at it, the issue of MK has really been a problem, especially not only to the ANC but to the EFF. Just imagine if EFF had received 12%. Just imagine, even 10% was going to be good. Just imagine what it was going to be like. It would have been done by now. And they would be waiting to be given that platform. But unfortunately, that has not happened. And the ANC really needs MK in order to form a government. But as people are saying, ANC, EFF, MK, that is one thing. They all come from the movement of 1912. They're basically one thing. So we are waiting for Ramaphosa to announce the ANC doing coalition with the ANC. That is the perfect way to put it. We are waiting to hear the ANC working with the ANC because it's one party. The leaders of both the ANC, I mean the MK and EFF, are from the ANC. They lived the ANC. Their blood has always been with the ANC. So regardless of whether they are separate now, the coalition between the three will just be just a river will keep flowing at that direction. There's not going to be a change of direction because they find them each other on all of the things that they speak about. It's just that, to be honest, on the issue of on the issue of expropriation of land, I mean, the ANC is afraid. One thing we must just be sure about it, if now we were to get, just to check if they are live, I don't want to talk while they are live. No, they are not yet. If now we were to speak about the issue of land, expropriation of land without compensation, whoever who goes forward with that decision must be brave enough to take action. I mean, the reason the ANC is not doing that, they are not confident enough in opening up the opportunity for land. They are not brave enough. They are afraid that they do that, the rent responds. The rent respond. They are afraid of the billionaires of this country who are the ones running this country, because the billionaires, you go to ShopRite, you go to anyway, whatever you purchase belongs to those billionaires. The ANC is afraid that if we anger them, we might lose. So expropriation needs someone who's brave enough. And also, that person, if he's brave enough, they should do it in a way that whatever backfires, they have plan B. Sometimes we blame the ANC for making decision. We forget that the ANC is not a brave party. If ANC was a brave party, a lot of things could have been done, but they are not brave enough. They have masters who they have to please, and if you don't please the masters, you'll be in trouble. So that is why this decision making seems to be difficult. Wizzy, I thought we were live for a moment as I got a notification. I definitely thought Ramaphosa is okay. It seems like. Oh no, we are not. Sorry, it was just notification from Parliament. Okay, we are not yet. We are not. So basically, that is the issue of being a coward in the ANC. Cowards do not run the country, and unfortunately, the ANC are running the country, and their decision making is based on who's going to react. And I think the rent having to react to each and everything was the worst thing ever, because we really do not need to see the rent reacting the way it's reacting to different kind of situations. And if the rent was not reacting like that, maybe, just maybe, the ANC would be powerful enough to make proper decisions. Let's see on the comments. Sianda stealing and rigging brought us to this position. But it did take the ANC below 50. And Mashkole says, could we be waiting for return of apartheid? Again, you are commenting like some people who are, oh God, okay, who are saying that if the ANC works with the DA, it's the return of apartheid. And with Ramaphosa to resign to save South Africa. If he failed to resign during the issue of Phala Phala, I don't see him resigning anytime soon. He's actually going to finish his term unless after a year or two, this political party decide that it's enough. We want to get the seat of presidency also. Ramaphosa must go. Justice divide and conquer, to make a group of people disagree and fight with one another so that they will not join together against one. Ramaphosa resigns. Ramaphosa is never early. No, Ramaphosa is never early. As a leader, you should always be early, but I think he believes in the fact that if they wait for me, I'm more important. But it's no longer about that. We want change. We want change in South Africa. We want change in Parliament. They actually handed over the list without Bheki Cele. No longer a minister of whatever. So history has written them off because they failed to do whatever necessary. I see Dalimpofu says, has anyone asked John Steenhuisen and Helen Zille what did the ANC do or say to be promoted out of membership of the Doomsday Coalition? Okay. The original 2023 Doomsday Coalition was ANC and EFF. Last week it was ANC, EFF, MK. Now it's EFF, MK. So the issue is EFF and land. That is what Dalimpofu is saying, because EFF says land is coming tomorrow, not when. What is a newsroom saying?
Conversations have been around, and you will have seen prior to that briefing, there was a group of ANC supporters who came here to protest that very same issue. They feel that the DA shouldn't at all be part of these conversations because of the stance that that political party has taken over numerous issues, their attitudes towards labor, organized labor, their attitude towards the NHI, and generally those most people, the few people who gathered here this morning, feel that the two parties are diametrically opposed. They stand for two different worlds and constituency, and should never, therefore, be forced to work together. But of course, ANC Secretary General Fikile Mbalula coming out of, after that, saying, look, the electorate has actually forced us to work together. This is the interpretation of the ANC leadership, that the just over 40% mark that they, percentage of the vote they got actually forces them to work with everybody. Of course, there are people who hold a different view. We will have seen Action SA today saying, no. If anything, the South African electorate has actually said that those, the rest of the political parties should actually kick the ANC in the teeth, so to, in a manner of speaking. So it really depends on who you are speaking to. But Fikile Mbalula making it clear that they are and will continue to talk to everybody. And we heard about an hour ago or so, 1.5 hours ago or so, that they have been trying also to reach out to their former president, Jacob Zuma, and they managed to contact him personally this time around, we are told. And he has told them, don't call me, I'll call you.
Don't call me, I'll call you. But I'm sure they are on a call now, because the don't call me, I'll call you doesn't work. ANC told us that by 1800 they'll be doing a press briefing. It's it's what, 8:18. Nobody is coming out to address the nation. I'm sure there will be the EFF. The media is invited for a photo opportunity at the EFF 13th Central Election Task Force. Okay, this is for tomorrow. Of course, I think as soon as Ramaphosa also says something, we'll be getting a lot of. Oh gosh, I thought we are live. Seems like we are going to wait forever here. Ramaphosa is keeping us waiting. I'm sure those journalists there are freezing, waiting for Ramaphosa to disappoint them and say that we continue to be the Mabena of South Africa as the ANC, and we choose the DA. And don't be surprised if they choose the DA, because they are going to say we have a majority, we have a large number of percentage, so let us choose them. Anyway, don't ask aloud, with due respect and for future reference. Are we allowed to ask your take on something, obviously, if it's relevant to the live topic? E.g., do you think a cabinet shuffle with 40% ANC, cabinet shuffle with 45% ANC, Youth League, Kamuel, I would ask you repeat it and probably finish the whole paragraph on what you were asking, because I think it's incomplete. He just resigned on ENCA. I mean, he could. He's resigning. Who's resigning, though? Ramaphosa cannot resign. It's impossible. What is ENCA saying? That Ramaphosa resigned? I don't think Ramaphosa would go as far as resigning. It would be impossible. But just for reference, I would check. And okay. Just for reference, I'll just check what the ENCA is saying, because I don't see Ramaphosa resigning. That would be impossible. I mean, resign on what basis? On the fact that for people to work together, Ramaphosa has to go? I don't think so. I don't think he can. He's not going to resign, Ramaphosa. And because, yes, it hasn't started. It hasn't started. The man is not ready to address the nation, because they have to speak to Zuma and agree. Because remember, whatever that Ramaphosa is going to be going live with, it's because they have come to a conclusion on what would be the way forward. If Ramaphosa comes now, it's either he says, I'm resigning, and this is what's happening, or he just says, this is who we are going to coalition with. Victor, I'm tired as you. I'm tired as you, my man. It's been a long time waiting for Ramaphosa. We went live, I think, around to 7, something to 7. It's past 8 now. He's still nowhere to be found. And but yes, billionaires are a problem no matter their color or nationality. With Ramaphosa's masters, Rupert Oppenheimers, are telling him to hold on to that position because they still need him to protect their interests. He's resigning, Mike. Unfortunately, that's fake news. Daniel, how are you, Daniel? Palapala is a big problem for Ramaphosa. What do you think to Mbalula for presenting? Do you mean Mbalula being the president in another lifetime, maybe? William is DA. Lunga, would it be possible to have ANC, DA, and the EFF working together? It can. I mean, it's another way of looking at it. Actually, ANC, what do they call it? Unity something. These big words for us. These big words. He says government of unity, of national unity. It means if they work on that, the DA must be part of it. It's the same way Mandela did, where he gave a chance to de Klerk to be the deputy minister, the deputy president. So if they go the route of that, that unity, it means the DA must be part of it. Everyone must have a fair share of what's going on. There's no way they're going to say that excluding the DA. Rama is moving his mattress. It's already gone up. He wants to pay that person back, and they stole it. So they beat him 1-0 because they stole the money, and he still has to go and pay it back, the refund. Victor, we are stressed as a nation. Very stressed, my man. How can you not be stressed when a leader that should be telling us what is going on is taking this long? And I think maybe the ANC should have just said, we'll address the media when we are ready. Just go home once you are done and address us the next day. But because, hey, at this point, the nation is interested in hearing Ramaphosa, I don't think they would go as far as saying would come another day. They definitely have to address the nation today. They have to. And unfortunately, I must keep talking, guys, to keep you waiting. Unfortunately, if I'm talking too much, we can't keep quiet until he comes. But don't forget, even Zuma was like this. Zuma would just wake up, just start a press briefing at 10 when no one is expecting, and say that a weekend special is our new Minister of Finance and leave it for the weekend. We complained the whole weekend. And when he comes on Monday, was it Monday or Tuesday, he says, I'm replacing him. The guy didn't even have a chance to have a signature. He was already gone. So they are famously known for that, for keeping people waiting only for them to come back and give you the news that you were not expecting. I'm sure everyone expects a mention of a resignation, a mention of EFF, PA, and MK party, even IFP. People are expecting a mention of that. They can come back and surprise you. They can come back and surprise you and come up with a patriotic alliance and another few parties down there and exclude the rest of them. And then we are going to be surprised on what Zol is the president smoking. But at the end of the day, it would be because they failed to have an agreement. I mean, even if it was me, I wouldn't want to have a coalition with people who I know that these ones are going to take me out soon. I would go and look for these smaller parties and see if they can give me 12% and give them positions, each one of them positions, and tell them that you report to me. You think having to deal with the people they are dealing with now, it's going to be easy. It's definitely not. This is going to be a very big challenge for Ramaphosa. The first thing when they go to parliament, Zungula will say, motion of no confidence in you, Ramaphosa. You think he's going to pass that? Zungula goes and says, Ramaphosa, motion of no confidence. Ramaphosa will regret the day he decided to lose that percentage. Then he's going to be gone. And as part of coalition, they should agree that the position of the president is safe until maybe if something wrong happens to protect Ramaphosa. If they don't, nobody's going to protect him. Let's see. Madam, what are your prediction, my man? My prediction, unfortunately, I don't have a prediction on this one. It could go either way, but what I'm sure of is the fact that EFF would be in the picture, IFP would be in the picture, and Patriotic would be in the picture. What I'm not sure of is the MK and DA. Those ones, it's concerning. MK, especially because they want Ramaphosa gone, and the ANC is protecting Ramaphosa. Of course, is the president. You can't let him go like that. And the DA, mainly because of the public. Those are worrying. The rest, they are safe. Madam Kim, it's 8:30 and I haven't heard any news about Cyril Ramaphosa resignation. Kim, he's not going, not Madam, Mother Kim, he's not going anywhere. Ramaphosa will not resign. I mean, you can even see he's very happy. He's very happy. I saw him going into the meeting. He was a very happy man, confident. Victor, MK and EFF is our only hope. Here is Rob Herzog Party, another billionaire. That one talks too much, my man. He told us the date of the election. It was incorrect. MK is just waiting for ANC to switch to right wing, and it will be partnering with the EFF, and there will be no resting in SA for this coalition. Because I think ANC must rule as a minority. That way all parties get to vote before a decision is made in parliament. Musa Wenko's is tough. History is going to be made today. Let's pray that God can help SA leaders take good decision. It's probably resignation. If it was reporting, it would have come out already. His resignation ZA post. No way. Unfortunately, we can't bet. Ramaphosa will not resign. Not Ramaphosa, man. He's not going to resign. He should have resigned a long time, but he won't. Someone once told us that ANC sold us out. I will wait and see something. Victor, we want our land, we want our economy. And Horse says, I want free ice cream. Sakumzi, I saw that. I spoke about it earlier, the communication of MK, and did say that it's worrying that MK is coming to the party when they're about to close the gates. So basically, they're saying that we are forever late to the party. The same way Zuma did when Ramaphosa was giving a speech. They are late to the party because being late, you feel like you are in charge. The same way we are waiting for Ramaphosa. He's in charge. And a lot of people are expecting resignation. You'd be surprised. He's not going anywhere. Just wait for season 2 of Pala Pala. I'm sure now they're going to call it Palavora because he can't go at the same to the same place twice. Lightning doesn't strike. It's probably resignation if it okay. We need youth to have employment, good education, Mutali system through ANC and EFF. This is the time for ANC, EFF, MK to start speaking their language and move forward. Remove DA because resisting is gonna start again. Are you going to live stream the speech? Of course, Samuel. We are going to live stream it. I'm here talking too much and probably talking nonsense because I'm waiting for the old man to start. I'm waiting for Ramaphosa to start so that we can all listen to Ramaphosa, and I'm just going to switch my camera off and we all listen without interruption. But the man is nowhere to be found. Even if you go to the SABC, because if we can't find it anywhere, we can still just stream it on the SABC and just be part of it. Even the SABC is not live. Nobody's live because there is no president to address us. Mind you, we actually don't have a president. We are under Judge Raymond Zondo. If I was Judge Raymond Zondo, I would just make changes before they nominate the president, because we are literally under him, and we are waiting for the president of the ANC to address the nation. That is why he's not even using the platforms of the presidency. He has no power. I mean, he's just like Julius Malema at the moment. They all share the same power. That is why they can decide to fire him. Hey, but because he has support, Gwede will never agree to Ramaphosa leaving. He is never going to do that. If they supported and stopped him from resigning when he was waiting to do that, forget about it. Ramaphosa is not going anywhere. Ramaphosa will be here until forever. I don't know when that is, but Ramaphosa will not resign. As I said, they are not yet live. Fortunately, it's not Fikile who's going to be addressing us. Fikile Mbalula is a problem. They had their spokesperson speaking yesterday, and I saw the difference between her and Fikile. Fikile doesn't filter anything. He says whatever he wants. That's what the news, the journalists are looking for, to press him on issues. Even if they say, Fikile, don't speak about Jacob Zuma, and you ask him an indirect question, he's going to include him. So I saw the Mahlengu speaking. I saw her and I was like, well, she's still shy, but at least she's on point. And now Ramaphosa, the man himself, would be addressing us, as many are saying, resignation. And I say, never. The speech is for now. Masana, the speech is for now and it was exchanged for another way. It should be today because all the media houses are waiting for him to address. It definitely should be today. It's just so unfortunate that at the moment we must wait for Ramaphosa to tell us that this is the way forward. And we have to wait until tomorrow. Are they live? Sorry, it's just a notification from Parliament. They are not yet live. The ANC is not yet live. I don't know until when, because we can't keep waiting to hear, only to be surprised that the news that are coming out is that Ramaphosa will be here forever, and then he's going to be joined by someone from other political party. And for the first time ever, Julius Malema is not giving us the news. Julius most time will just tweet and say that this is what you are expecting, and then would get that. But for the first time ever, we are not getting anything, which tells you that EFF is in. The EFF is in, and the only way to show discipline is for the political parties to keep quiet and wait for the president of the ANC to announce who they are working with. Zuma has them on chokehold. Is that chokehold? Yeah. Sorry. Zuma has them by the neck. Anyway, I've been speaking too much. Never mind me. Fikile the fool. On the 14th February 2018, Zuma took long to announce his resignation. Maybe history is repeating itself. Well, Zuma had a lot of pressure. Ramaphosa doesn't have pressure. Why does he not have pressure? Because MK alone cannot make Ramaphosa resign. The EFF have already said that we are for Ramaphosa. Okay, not the ANC. The EFF already said that they are willing to work with Ramaphosa, which tells you that once the EFF is comfortable, the direction, you can see the direction. Only MK is against him. But really, I know Zuma has an agenda with Ramaphosa, and He has a right for that because they took him to jail. But this is the opportunity for MK to be in government also. Why do they not just put aside the difference and the issue of removal of Ramaphosa and say that we want this post in government? If really this is for the people of South Africa, if people feel like Ramaphosa is a sellout, I don't think Ramaphosa alone can control the rest of the coalition team. If indeed the political parties are for us and not for themselves, I would say it this way: people don't want to see DA governing. It's fine. If really people believe that since the ANC has dropped, there would be service delivery, then there's no need for Ramaphosa to leave. Ramaphosa, why does he not govern with them and see if they can bring change in South Africa? If really for us it's not about who's bigger than who, and for us is who's providing the service. Someone says Zuma has the power. No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. It's just that um, uh, they probably want a coalition between few parties, but really, it's easy for them to exclude MK. They're still going to be bigger because IFP, EFF, Patriotic Alliance, and the ANC, they're still much more unified if you get those people together. I mean, of course, the DA, people don't want the DA. I've said it before that what if the DA is going to be a party that is going to bring some stability, but people say no DA. But still, they can work without the MK. AKA, it may not be now, but surely Ramaphosa will resign. He's not going to finish his second term, I bet. I think, I think you might be right on that one. Ramaphosa will not. The ANC, a majority, except for Mandela, they are all resigning. And it's not just resigning, they are forced. Let me just check if SABC is, they are not live also. A majority of them have resigned because they were forced. There is no way that you can run for 2 terms in the ANC. They want you to run for a certain time and then leave. But because politicians are greedy, they want to stay there forever. Kamagelo, okay, you're not, you're referring to someone. Okay. Cyril is paid by Oppenheimers. I wish we knew the information of the agreement, though. Anyway, guys, welcome to Daily Updates. This is the host. We are currently waiting for the president to address us in the matter of the coalition, but unfortunately, there's nothing yet. I'm checking on my phone also if because I'm gonna get a notification from the ANC when they go live, and if not, we are going to catch it on the SABC. Still fine. We are doing our live stream. We can just catch it on them, but definitely going to get it from the ANC notification, and we're still waiting. We're still waiting, Shame, and we are almost going for 9 p.m. Kids want to sleep. They want to sleep. They want to sleep knowing that tomorrow they will be asked about who's the new president. But then, the president will forever just sit there and delay. I mean, as I said, they should have just told us that we'll address you the following morning. But again, it's our ANC. We voted for this movement. I'm kidding. Testing the water for public opinion, I meant, Kamarela, okay. Jagalas, if was ANC, Ramaphosa could opt to sit in the opposition bench, regroup, learn from coalition of those small parties. So, Jagalas, you want to let go of the benefits and the money and sit there and sit back and only get paid for going into parliament. No, Jagalas. It doesn't make sense. They all want money. And Moloko says it's clear they are disputing there. They said guy 8 or 7 is to 9. Of course, Zuma has them paying attention. Rumor has it Zuma is on Zoom, zooming at the meeting of the ANC, and they are listening to him, telling them that our demands are 1, 2, 3, and Ramaphosa has to object, and the rest of them. But the last missing piece is Jacob Zuma. Don't be fooled. ANC has they were done a long time ago with deciding on a way forward. This is the statement. If you have not seen it, MK, this is the statement. If you have not seen it, and don't think the timing is wrong or anything. It's a perfect timing. 2 hours ago, before we could get the briefing, they said MK party confirms that engagements with the African National Congress have indeed taken place regarding the coalition discussions. A meeting is expected to take place soon. Do you think if they say soon, they mean tomorrow? Soon it was like about a few minutes, where the MK party will hear the views presented with an open mind, while firmly prioritizing the inspirations and aspiration of South African majority and black in particular. We commit and reaffirm to engage only in the future of South Africa, which prioritizes the interests of the people, especially the black majority who are poor, unemployed, homeless, and landless, against the interest of white monopoly capital and markets. Any coalition has to focus on eradicating the systems that preserve and support the prolonged political subjugation and economic enslavement of our people. That is what the MK is saying. So I think what they mean is that they are interrupting the meeting of the ANC to discuss coalitions. And it's only the MK way to come into the party late so that they can change the whole channel. So MK is definitely in communication with the ANC. Don't be surprised if you see them going as far as this late. A friend just wrote Kazola, or Kazola. Sorry, I'm not Kosa. A friend just wrote, we were told on SABC News at 8 that the ANC was still in a meeting and there wasn't going to be an announcement. Who's the friend? The same SABC is currently has currently scheduled a live of Ramaphosa. So I would think your friend is misleading you. Text him back and tell him you are fake news. Doctor says, Mr. Palapala, we are waiting. Of course we are, man. We've been waiting, and even my voice is dead. I'm sure I'm going to play that clip of Zuma's daughter outside the ANC meeting. Kamagalo, I meant you when I said, okay. Taria Namani, Julius. No, my man. Okay, I hear you. Did any of us expect ANC to be on time today? They've been lost for 30 years. So why should tonight be different? I think Tawo says, I think EFF is the right party for coalition. Oscar for MK is no. While waiting, because it seems like today we are going to sleep here. So we might as well just... anyway, I mean, anybody who might think they are live yet, just know that even the SABC is not live. And they started... they scheduled a live. So where is that to kill? I don't know why don't... Just a second. Okay, sorry. I hope you don't mind, guys. It's just to keep the time going while we wait for Ramaphosa to kill Zuma. I just want that video that I played of Tutukile. I think it is this one.
Sanbonan, we're here outside Birchwood Hotel, outside the NEC meeting of the African National Congress. We're here to register our concern about a sustained campaign from the media and all right-wing centers for a coalition government with the ANC and the DA. And we're saying, as members of the African National Congress, we cannot, in good conscience, support a coalition with the Democratic Alliance, because history has shown that the Democratic Alliance is anti-transformation. They are against the minimum wage, they're against affirmative action, they're against the NHI. All progressive legislation that the ANC has advanced in Parliament, the DA has stood directly opposed to it, which means they're against the very core transformation agenda of the African National Congress. So how can you co-govern with such people? In addition to that, a government of national unity with a political party representing white interests who burnt our flag a mere 2 months ago. We're saying, as members of the ANC, we trust our NEC, we elected them, we have full confidence in their decision making, and we trust that that decision will exclude the DA from forming part of any government of national unity.
What about those who say this is a done deal? It was done long time ago. You'd remember there's a clip of Helen Zille in 2019 already speaking about going into a coalition with the ANC as the horse not bolted.
You know, those people don't understand the ANC and how the ANC works. Today, we are outside a National Executive Committee meeting of the African National Congress. The NEC is the highest decision maker, and this NEC has not sat to deliberate on these matters. So anyone who thinks they are a bus somewhere and they have kitchen girls and garden boys must think again. Madam Helen Zille must think again. There's no done deal. Abaholi, the African National Congress, they will deliberate in their wisdom. We will welcome their decision, and we're sure that decision will exclude the racist Democratic Alliance that endorses a genocide in Palestine.
What should that decision include? Who should it include if it excludes the DA?
We're here to say we have full confidence in the leadership of the ANC. The National Executive Committee is made up of cadres of our liberation movement, and they will take that decision. It's their space. It's not our space. Our space is simply to say no to the Democratic Alliance, because that represents regress of our national democratic revolution. And so that's our space. For them, they will deliberate, we will accept their decision, and we will definitely welcome it, and we're sure that it will not include the DA.
Why are you following your own channels? Does this not signal humour within the conversation?
No, what would be problematic is for the leadership to take a decision and me not to be a disciplined member and abide by that decision. There's no decision that has been taken. They are here today to deliberate on that decision. Hence, we saw it fit to come and register our concern before they deliberate. So there's nothing ill-disciplined about that. People who think it's ill-disciplined, they don't understand the African National Congress.
So now that, because the ANC hasn't won a meeting, right? That's why the party finds itself in a position where it's negotiating. What did you say to people who are saying the party doesn't have a choice but to engage parties like the DA?
Yes, unfortunately the ANC did not get an overwhelming majority, and that reality means that you have to engage different political parties to try to form a government. We're saying that government must be a progressive government. It mustn't be a regressive government, and the inclusion of the DA would mean that it would be a regressive government, because we've seen how the DA has behaved over the past 30 years and how it has stood against progress. So we're simply saying, yes, we accept that we did not get the overwhelming majority. After the dust is settled, we will go and introspect on all those matters, but for now, the government that is formed must be a progressive government, not a regressive one, and the inclusion of the Democratic Alliance threatens that.
What then, though, if this decision you are opposing is taken, what is the next move?
The next move, as a disciplined member of the ANC, is to accept the leadership and that is provided and the decisions that are taken by upper structures. We have always done that. We are disciplined members of the ANC. We're simply here to register to say that there's no way we can accept that the DA form part of a progressive government. But of course, we're disciplined members. Once the leadership has spoken, they've spoken.
Apologies if you've answered this already, but since you've mentioned that the DA is a regressive party, who are the progressive parties that it would be worth to consider as the NEC sits today?
The Progressive Party is the liberation movement that was formed in 1912. That's the Progressive Party in South Africa. So that party must lead a progressive government of national unity with other political parties that don't stand opposed to what the ANC is trying to achieve.
So which parties do not oppose what the ANC is trying to achieve?
That's their space to deliberate on that. They are here today. This meeting is precisely for that deliberation, and that out of this meeting they will make that determination. What we're saying as members of the ANC is that we are sure that the DA is not one of them.
Okay, thank you.
No, she does speak. She is unshaken. We must give her Angie Motsera's position. No, she's speaking. She needs that Angie's position. Maybe it's going to work well for her. Anyway, we're still waiting for our president, our fellow South Africans. He hasn't yet arrived, hasn't started. Until when? Hopefully, he's going to come back because it's been going for long. We've definitely been here for 2 hours already, waiting for the news of Mr. Ramaphosa. The ANC still feels important to take us to such a long wait, where we are not yet even getting an address. Remember, Ramaphosa has to tell us who he's doing coalition with. I'm wondering if their communication with Zuma has ended, or because of the communication with Zuma, since MK is the last party to come to the party. So now, does it mean him coming to the party, they have to change their statement or their agreement? So they're still writing down on what they would be deciding on. So hopefully, I just want to check that clip of Ramaphosa. Hopefully they do come to a conclusion, because, hey, it's winter. People want to sleep. They want to finish with this thing of Mr. Palapala. As you can see, new faces arriving. People you didn't think are still around. Is this Stanley Matabata? Apparently is leaving, if it's him. They are coming out of holes. There is Lamola. Is he still going to be the minister, or is he being sidelined this time? This guy fought to get Zuma out. He stood there alone with something written, Zuma must go. The man himself, the man of the moment, the man who is unshaken. Look at this guy. He knows he's not coming back, but he has to put a point. ANC, whether they are back or not, Beg is not coming back. You run your race, my man. Crime is worse than we've ever seen. So it's a bye-bye to him. Beg is not coming back, but he's at the NEC meeting. As you can see, sorry, let me just check here. Okay. As you can see, our fellow South African is having a laugh with Gwede, but it's going to be a difficult one. I can assure you that it's not going to be an easy one, whatever announcement they will be making. And there is Fikile. They should have just made him something. The post of the post they gave to Fikile, it's too heavy for him. I think Secretary General, they should have given it to someone else. He's even growing gray hair, because it's not easy for him. But the job must continue. There you have it. Our incoming president, Paul Mashatile. If the political parties agree that they are giving him that opportunity. And Bostela are there. They are there for the party. If you don't make a contribution, you would be in trouble at this point. Everyone must have a similar share of events. There is our president. We trust you.
Are you that worried?
Let's go. We trust you.
Are you that worried?
So it does seem like Ramaphosa is not worried. He's confident enough about what will be transpiring. As he's asking, are you that worried? So let us see what happens with him. Hopefully, something good will come out of the address, whatever address that will be having. I'm not sure if I'm buffering, guys. Just let me know if the system is buffering. It might just be telling us that wait for the live stream so that you can go to it. Is the thing okay on your side? Is the video playing right? Just let me know so that we don't have an issue where we don't fix the matters and next thing we are going live. I just if you can on the comment, guys, just tell me if you are buffering or not to avoid any problem when which we are not sure the president comes to address us. At this point, we are looking for 10 p.m. If it goes past 9, it's 10 p.m. They're still talking. And of course, I think, to be honest, the main issue should be, are we taking the DA or not? And if we are taking the DA, who are we leaving? And if the people are not agreeing with the DA because of that multi-charter, if we are leaving the DA on the outside, then who are we taking? That is a conundrum. That is what the ANC sounding good. Okay, no, thank you very much. That is what the ANC is currently having an issue with. Can we leave the DA, which, man, let's give the DA a chance, man. Let's give the 20% party a chance. How about they be part of it? Don't you guys think they should just give them a chance? I mean, I know we're waiting for Ramaphosa, man. Give DA an opportunity, even if they are not part of the coalition. How about they just give them a ministerial position? This is the time where if someone does wrong, they say that this one is not performing. If PA minister is not performing, they must not be afraid to call each other together and say, we are reshuffling. If Julius is not doing things as he should, if he's not performing, they must call each other and say, Malema, we want someone else and not you. That is how the coalition should work on paper. But remember, in the city of Johannesburg, they chose a party with just 1%. There's a guy who comes to a press conferences wearing dressed like he's going to climb that car of Pick It Up. He is the mayor in Johannesburg, all thanks to coalition. In the city of Johannesburg, that place has a mayor who is very questionable. He doesn't inspire confidence. The result of coalition. We are too worried because what this coalition is going to give us, we might regret it. My issue is when there are more than 3 parties working together. That is my issue. Because people will do as they like. Hey, someone will wake up in the morning and say, hey, Ramaphosa is not performing. Motion of no confidence. That's coalition for you. But unfortunately, People don't want the DA. Maybe if that percentage of the DA was taken by the EFF, things would have been done smooth, even that one of the MK party. But unfortunately, the DA has won a good amount of seats. Now, it's for Ramaphosa to decide on DA, no DA. The ball is in his hands. That is why he's taking long. And again, he's taking longer because MK released a statement saying that we are willing to listen to the ANC. Negotiations are going to take place soon. Soon don't mean next year or tomorrow. Soon can just be now. And don't forget, there is something called Zoom. They call Zuma via Zoom. He appears on the screen. They say, Zuma, what do you want? And then Zuma just tells them that, I want to see Ramaphosa gone. They say, no, Zuma, come up with another plan. What's another plan? He's going to have to say, I want Minister of Defense. I am Umkhonto Wesizwe anyway. I want Minister of Defense. They give it to Zuma. They give others the chance and then they proceed. I mean, leave Ramaphosa to lead. Anyway, he's not even going to finish his term. Let him make more mistakes so that you can point and say, that is why we don't want Ramaphosa. Again, I'm speaking because I'm hoping they address us soon. Okay, on the comments, sorry for taking long speaking. Yeah, that's why humanity says this guy is talking nonsense. I'm sorry, my man. Sorry you feel that way. I'm sure I'm better than waiting for Ramaphosa on mute. Samuel says DA should be given a chance. We have to see how these white people govern. Okay, Samuel. Poppy, no, big no to Zuma. So you don't want Zuma. Masana, Zuma all the way, Baba. People that stole are in courts paying for bail. Whoa, Zizi God. Humanity. I'm skipping, my man. You said I'm talking nonsense. AKA Boy Mama Bolo is crying for reinstating. Not aware that ANC is having a serious headache. Here they have lost so much. Hey, Mr. Perfect Wedding. Mr. Perfect Wedding wasted money there in court. Even if he won that case, he's not going anywhere because the ANC has lost. Talk about wasting money. Victor, politics don't work like that. And Ngovu said, no, DA. Zuma is so powerful. Of course, Zuma is powerful. Zulu, no to Zionist. And DA to be part of orchestra, fair is fair. Democratic prevails, IRL. And Moloko, EFF is not fighting Ramaphosa anymore. Seems like, why not take them and IFP and just continue? Possible, that should work. And Musa, ANC plus MK and at least EFF will be a good coalition. Except Musa for the fact that the MK would say no to Ramaphosa. We don't want Ramaphosa. So unfortunately, that might not work for them. Aubakwe says, you guys voted for DA and now you are saying no DA. Why did you vote for DA? Look now, DA has the market support. Cyril will go with the DA. Do you think they will still address us today or postpone tomorrow? I really think they should address. They should address today. People have spent money to go and cover them, but then again, you look at the fact that they might still want to work tomorrow, considering MK came to the party. It's possible, man. They could just say that, let us wait for tomorrow. But with the media coverage, I'm not talking about South Africa alone. CNN, Sky News, they are covering, they are waiting to live stream Ramaphosa. I don't think he's gonna wait for tomorrow. I think he should go forward and let people humanity. Okay, I will read it, my man. I think you're also just being forward in terms of joining the party and saying we're talking nonsense. I think it's important to just be fair to others instead of pulling those weights. Katlego says we are Zuma's people. And then Moloko, I always wonder where that 20% comes from. Well, they voted. I'm sure you even voted, Moloko. And Steve says, but he will be the barrier to implementing the 2017 Malema Youth League resolution and the now 7 cardinal pillars if he's kept in power. Oh, Ramaphosa. Zuma has no interest in going to parliament. Jay-Z shall demand the 2017 ANC conference resolution, which he was about to implement when he was forced to resign. At the top of this list is the return of land. Musa Zuma has no interest, and he is still, even if he had interest, the court is not allowing him to. I think he wants to challenge the court because he wants to go to parliament, but we'll see how it works. Where's this fellow? This fellow, man, is we've been waiting for him and going for 10 p.m. while waiting for this fellow. Mike, DA must fall. David, no DA, please. Zukisa, we don't want. Wow, people don't want the DA. What has the DA done to you guys? They have not even taken part in government. We don't want the DA. Zukisa, Masikole, Mshana, tell them because they know nothing. We can't sleep with our enemy. Where is this fellow Limpopo? Damn. DA must fall. Ramadola must go. Ramaphosa is not a leader. The DA must step aside. Oh, man. How you guys don't want Ramaphosa? Yo. You guys don't want... And please, guys, at the moment, it's 400 of you guys. Those who did not click the like, just for me, guys, for being on live for over 2 hours, click the like. Please. I'm begging you. If you click the like, Ramaphosa would come. I'm joking, but please click the like. The like, guys. It means a lot in terms of the growth of the video and the channel. Click the like. Those who have not subscribed, please do so. As we are waiting for Ramaphosa, I just want to check what's going on Twitter because it is the most informative and up-to-date app as compared to the others. If you go to Facebook, they don't know if Ramaphosa is speaking today. Really though. Nothing yet. Let's just check from my ANC. Maybe they issued a statement on the proceedings, but hey. Okay, on this, you see ANC is not taking us serious. 26 minutes ago, they just had a tweet saying on the sideline of the special ANC meeting, Beachwood, Ikuruleni, these guys are not taking us serious. You still have time to post this while we're still waiting. Oh, really now? Come on. Is that Mama Action? Let's see. Supra. And there is Gwede. Gwede is ready to defend Ramaphosa at all costs. Hey, man, I need a leader like Gwede who's going to die for me even if Elric, my man, take it easy. Don't spam the chat. Is he still going to speak? He's going to speak. Hopefully, you are not going to continue spamming the chat. Please, with due respect, my man. I think 1 or 2 is enough. Even you are repeating the same thing. Freddy, DA is the only hope to save SA. They will attack you if you say that, Freddy, because no one believes that, especially the people who are commenting. Mike says we can't afford to give back our country to the DA. Wow. So I would guess a lot of interest is based on the fact that no one wants to see the DA taking power. By taking power, I mean working with the ANC. Nobody wants to do that. I would think so. And thanks to those who click the like button and those who haven't, you still have a time. Ramaphosa is coming soon. please do click that like button. It means a lot to us, guys. And thank you for tuning in. I've been telling people that it's so unfortunate that we couldn't cover the elections because we came across an issue on our channel, but hopefully when time goes, things can get back to normal. Um, because we came across a certain issue that needed to be resolved, but with time, hopefully it's gonna be resolved. And in most cases, you won't be able to see our videos without searching our channel. You'll be lucky to see a suggestion. But what you can do is just to click on the notification bell that every time there is a new video, you can be able to catch up with what we post until things are back in order. Hey, man, what's going on? Anyway, until things are back in order, we currently have to rely on you guys searching the channel and just clicking the notification bell. But I can promise you that we will be back in full effect and providing you and giving you those news and live streams you like, and it makes us happy. Anyway, let's go back. So people say that uh, I was saying this, which I'm not sure a lot of people, if they are aware, on the issue of the DA. Is it because when people say that they don't believe in the DA, is it because the DA was formed in 2000 as a merger of the Democratic Party and the New National Party, which were the political parties which have been taking part in elections even before the new dawn of freedom? Is it because of that? Because DA is a Democratic Party and New National Party formed, which made an alliance in 2000, calling themselves the Democratic Alliance. Is it why news room is updating, Musa? Is it why people don't want the Democratic Alliance? Is it the reason that this is the party of free freedom? This is the party that was playing a role during apartheid. Is it the reason for that? Because if not, um, okay. Oh no, I for a second, sorry, for a second I thought that person who said newsroom is updating was right. They are actually just running with the old story of Ramaphosa, as the DA calls him, Ramaphosa. So that was my question, guys. Zuma may have started this drive for a long time before. Unfortunately, none noticed. Is this not, is this not treason? What drive? Bongeseni says we are behind Zuma no matter what, but one love Bantu. We don't want the DA. Wow. You guys don't want the DA. You guys don't want the DA to run, to take part in the politics. Zukiswa, I was 19 in 1994. I've never voted for anything else other than ANC. They sleep with the DA. I'm off to Zuma or Malema. So Zukiswa, you basically voted for you voted for the ANC this time around. I think your vote helped them to not go below 40. And the DA is National Party in English. Okay. Betuel says a reason for apartheid. And Zulu says we've never got independence. Our land is still occupied. The ANC sold us cheap. It is EFF and PA. You know what I'm waiting to see, right? I said this thing of politicians being people that we can trust sometimes, sometimes we can't trust. What I'm waiting to see is the political parties who are going to form a coalition. put ANC aside because we've seen how they do in governance. Speak of Malema, speak of MK Party if they come, EFF, speak of IFP, speak of the Patriotic Alliance. What I want to see, they've been talking and speaking of how they can change, they can make change, they can give us service delivery. I want them to finally get an opportunity to work. I want to see if they are going to do the perfect job. I want to see if they are going to be corruption free. I want to see if they are going to be free of scandals. And I want to see if they are going to improve the country in terms of the ministerial position they hold. If they do that, then we have an answer on who to give a chance. But if they fail, we go back to them and tell them that you've been talking too much about ANC not performing. Then you are failing yourself to do this. It is an opportunity for them to do something. We still have local elections that are coming before the national elections of 2029. If they perform well, we can trust them. But if they can't perform, there is no excuse anymore. The issue of land is problematic. And people of South Africa are looking to see if ANC can work with other parties to start that negotiation into the issue of land. Once that issue of land is started, hey, there will be a commotion in South Africa. There would be division. These ones will say, we were waiting for land. This one will say, not my land. I have a plus. That half is for the animals. That is for crops. Hey, there would be commotion. But then again, I said it. The reason we never saw the issue of land being addressed by the ANC is because of being cowards. You don't want to anger Rupert with the billions he has. Motsepe is a billionaire, but compared to them, he doesn't stand a chance. So the ANC did not want to anger any of them. And which leader is strong enough to go there and say that, hey, wait, let us give you land, let us do what? Name me one. Zuma was the president. We never got the issue of land spoken about and resolved. Thabo Mbeki was the president. None. Don't mention Kgalema, he was a substitute. Mandela was the president. None. You see, ANC is afraid of tampering with those which are scary. If you don't know how hot the water is, don't go full body. Just test with your feet so that you can realize what kind of temperature I'm going into. That is why the ANC is afraid. But the oppositions have been using the tool of what the ANC can do to go and use them as a call for people to vote for them. If they do get in, can they enforce and fight for that which they've been speaking about, like land, and say that land back to the people? I'm waiting to see that. You know, I hate to see a politician changing their mind saying, hey, that issue of land, we are still negotiating. But before that, they've been saying land will come back to you. That is how I worry sometimes when you come to politicians. Politicians are not good people, but we love them because without them, we are not going to have stability in the country. But loving them means we are giving them money because those positions come with money. If it was not about money, politicians must get things paid for them, but not get a salary. They get houses in parliament. Give them whatever they need, but don't give salaries so that we can know this is for a good cause. But it is not for a good cause. It is for their own self and the fact that one is in power. Thanks, Mohammed. So The 400 people who are here, thank you for being here, and please click the like if you haven't. So that is the issue with politicians. Never trust a politician. You can love them, you can adore them, but never trust them. I am saying the issue of land has not been addressed by a lot of presidents. What tells us that any coalition that is going to happen will address the issue of land? Musa, the issue of land is simple. We are not the first to return land to the whole nation. We are not the first to return the whole nation. Zugisa, don't try to convince us. About what, Zugisa? I'm not trying to convince. I'm just passing time while waiting for Ramaphosa. I'm not trying to convince you. I know you voted for the ANC, as you said. But the truth is Ramaphosa will not bring back the land. And as he can't, who will? Coalition. Hey, those people don't like each other. Those people, while having decisions, they will be clashing you will see in parliament. We'll do streams now and then. I am telling you, the people who would be doing a coalition, most of them are not going to be on good terms. I said EFF, once Ramaphosa becomes the president, they go into parliament. The first thing, amen, picture. The first thing they would be saying, a motion of no confidence in Ramaphosa. I can assure you that. And Zungula would be at the top, pushing for that. Anyway, okay. Obakwe said, Julius is the only man that can confidently talk and take action about the land. Viva my CIC, AK son of the soil. Okay, good. We are going into coalition. Let us wait and see what Julius does. I said that finally we are getting a chance if Ramaphosa works with EFF. We are getting a position for Julius. We want to see how he's going to perform. Not to judge him early, but if he performs good, that's when most of the people can rally behind him, even those who didn't vote for the ANC or for the EFF, sorry. But if he doesn't perform, are we allowed to then say that this is not what we thought is going to happen? Because we don't want to judge the book by its cover. We want to see action. Charles, personally, I don't see any reason not to have DA involved in our politics. I just want to play. I think I've been talking for some time. I end up feeling drowsy. I just want to play this Tutukile. It's my go-to video. Just to have a drink. Maybe Ramaphosa will come.
Sanbonan, we're here outside Birchwood Hotel, outside the NEC meeting of the African National Congress. We're here to register our concern about a sustained campaign from the media and all right-wing sectors for a coalition government with the ANC and the DA. And we're saying, as members of the African National Congress, we cannot, in good conscience, support a coalition with the Democratic Alliance, because history has shown that the Democratic Alliance is anti-transformation. They are against the minimum wage, they're against affirmative action, they're against the NHI. All progressive legislation that the ANC has advanced in Parliament, the DA has stood directly opposed to it, which means they're against the very core transformation agenda of the African National Congress. So how can you co-govern with such people? In addition to that, a government of national unity with a political party representing white interests who burnt our flag a mere 2 months ago. We're saying, as members of the ANC, we trust our NEC, we elected them, we have full confidence in their decision making, and we trust that that decision will exclude the DA from forming part of any government of national unity.
What about those who say this is a done deal? It was done long time ago. You'd remember there's a clip of Helen Zille in 2019 already speaking about going into a coalition with the ANC. Has the horse not bolted?
those people don't understand the ANC and how the ANC works. Today, we are outside a National Executive Committee meeting of the African National Congress. The NEC is the highest decision maker, and this NEC has not sat to deliberate on these matters. So anyone who thinks they are a bus somewhere and they have kitchen girls and garden boys must think again. Madam Helen Zille must think again. There's no done deal. Abaholi, the African National Congress, bazohlala namhlanje, they will deliberate in their wisdom. We will welcome their decision, and we're sure that decision will exclude the racist Democratic Alliance that endorses a genocide in Palestine.
What should that decision include? Who should it include if it excludes the DA?
We're here to say we have full confidence in the leadership of the ANC. The National Executive Committee is made up of cadres of our liberation movement, and they will take that decision. It's their space. It's not our space. Our space is simply to say no to the Democratic Alliance, because that represents regress of our national democratic revolution. And so that's our space. For them, they will deliberate. We will accept their decision, and we will definitely welcome it, and we're sure that it will not include the DA.
Why are you following your own channels? Does this not signal trauma within the organization?
No, what would be problematic is for the leadership to take a decision and me not to be a disciplined member and abide by that decision. There's no decision that has been taken. They are here today to deliberate on that decision. Hence, we saw it fit to come and register our concern before they deliberate. So there's nothing ill-disciplined about that. People who think it's ill-disciplined, they don't understand the African National Congress.
So now that, because the ANC hasn't won a majority, right? That's why the party finds itself in a position where it's negotiating. What did you say to people who are saying the party doesn't have a choice but to engage parties like the DA?
Yes, unfortunately the ANC did not get an overwhelming majority, and that reality means that you have to engage different political parties to try to form a government. We're saying that government must be a progressive government. It mustn't be a regressive government, and the inclusion of the DA would mean that it would be a regressive government, because we've seen how the DA has behaved over the past 30 years and how it has stood against progress. So we're simply saying, yes, we accept that we did not get the overwhelming majority. After the dust is settled, we will go and introspect on all those matters, but for now, the government that is formed must be a progressive government, not a regressive one, and the inclusion of the Democratic Alliance threatens that.
What then, though, if this decision you are opposing is taken, what is the next move?
The next move, as a disciplined member of the ANC, is to accept the leadership and that is provided and the decisions that are taken by upper structures. We have always done that. We are disciplined members of the ANC. We're simply here to register to say that there's no way we can accept that the DA form part of a progressive government. But of course, we're disciplined members. Once the leadership has spoken, they've spoken.
Apologies if you've answered this already, but since you've mentioned that the DA is a regressive party, who are the progressive parties that it would be worth to consider as the NEC sits today?
The progressive party is the liberation movement that was formed in 1912. That's the progressive party in South Africa. So that party must lead a progressive.
The reports that are coming in is that the meeting is done. Ramaphosa to announce to address the nation. So any moment from now, we should be live. We all waited. We really waited for this address. Hopefully, it's not a disappointment, but I can assure you, any moment from now, Rama will be live. Mr. Ramaphosa would be live, addressing us on various issues, ranging from welcoming the DA to snubbing other parties. I'm kidding. Probably going to announce that they've went into coalition with the ANC, the EFF, MK, IFP, and PA. I've just seen still the ANC, the MK is still on that point of saying that they have met with the ANC and then they will speak soon. So soon probably means there is an agreement, and it's time to go forward. It's time to go forward. You know, even my back hurts knowing very well that we are almost 3 hours waiting for our very own president. Uh, what can you say? These people, uh, the spotlight is on them. They think, I'm sorry to upset those who love the ANC, they think it's um, before, they think it's 2013 and downwards, because we have to wait for things that you could just make them easy. Man, just agree and proceed. But as long as Ramaphosa is the president, I think that's what matters to the ANC. And the fact that finally we're having a new deputy president. And imagine Malema being the deputy president. Ramaphosa goes overseas on a visit, and then he has to appoint a president for those days. And then he says, Julius, you would be the president. When we come back, land would be shared amongst the people. He's going to be very surprised when he comes back. Just for 2 days, there will be land, free land everywhere. Just a joke. I do, Ntsikelelo. Well, this is even better. When we were doing the elections, it took us about 9 hours live streaming while they were doing counts, only for them to switch off and say that unforeseen circumstances. And again, guys, those who didn't click the like, please like the stream. We hear that Ramaphosa soon. I hear that from Amanda Koza, just tweeted that she's the News 24 president and executive reporter. So definitely, he's coming. He's coming. Freedom is coming today. And is going to be announced by the president of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Matamela Cyril. Even the presidency account is just tweeting, no longer tweeting about Ramaphosa, because it's possible that he might not be the president, but seeing that a lot of people want the DA to be put aside, he will be the president. Because if you don't put Ramaphosa with the current coalition, I mean, who is there to be a president? Just based on experience alone. If not Ramaphosa, who? Who has the qualities to be a president? Because the rest of them are not proven. Anyway, 20,000, yeah, no, Charles. 20,000, wait, let's start here. Betuel, a democratic country should always be challenging. And then Charles, 20,000 Zimbabweans were killed in Zimbabwe. Where was ANC? When was this, Charles? Mr. Palapala, addressing the nation, I strongly and personally believe that the ANC, EFF, PA, and IFP can lead this country. Mpogiven. Wanyewa Opa. So Mpogiven says he strongly believes that ANC, EFF, PA, and IFP are going to be doing a coalition. While people who are currently are busy there by the meeting, I'm sure there are those who feel like go for the MK party coalition also. So they would probably want them to be put as part of the conversation. Where is the man? The man is coming soon. The man is on his way. The man, as of now, the man is not saying anything. I'm sorry, but the man has not yet arrived. The man has not yet arrived. Even, I'm sure they're just setting up just to do a press briefing. But hey, how they kept us waiting. As I said, we don't want to wait for so long only to be told that we have not reached a decision yet. I mean, what about the time that we took here waiting for you? with respect, Mr. Ramaphosa. And the only thing we need is a conclusion on the coalition. People are scared because, unfortunately, the DA that got voted about for what was the number? 3 million, 2 million, somewhere there. The DA that was voted by those millions is receiving backlash about the fact that you can't govern. They almost gave them the power, though. But there are people saying you can't govern. So a majority is waiting to hear that announcement, and they want to hear Ramaphosa saying, mentioning the names but excluding the DA, because people feel like DA coalition is not trusted and cannot bear fruits. That is word on the street. That is not me. Uh, but is he resigning? Definitely not resigning. Mario Matamela. Exclude IFP and DA. IFP easily goes up to DA. On that issue, you know, who's this person? Emin Mashaba. Actually, they did a live a media briefing today, I think this morning, and they are saying that they are going out of that moonshot pact. I don't know what they call it now. They are going out of it because the DA has betrayed them. DA went to speak with the ANC without alerting the rest of the parties about this coalition. So they went to speak with the ANC. And he says we are going out of that. Is it multi-party charter, something like that? They are going out of it, and they are no longer part of it. And also, they are not going to be doing a coalition with the ANC. And I was like, but Herman, you are not in the picture. He's not in the picture of coalition with the is it 2 seats that he has. He's not in the picture. But the interesting thing is that he's out. He no longer trusts the DA. So maybe people, when they speak about the DA, is the fact that they can easily betray you. Herman Mashaba is betrayed because DA agreed. Last year they were busy, moonshot pact left, right, and center, and the fact that we work together as a team, we all sign, and we are not working with the EFF, ANC. We are going to overthrow the ANC. Loses, and then they go on the site and speak with the ANC, and then Action says, we know we lost. We know we got 2 seats, but the audacity of the DA to just exclude us. So they went out. At the moment, he's not going to Parliament, Herman Mashaba. He says he's going to the ground to deal with the issues and rebuild Action SA for the next upcoming local election. And while on that, ANC is a no-go area for Action SA. Foreman Michelle, did they announce something like that? Have you no idea of what MPC is about? I have no idea. I don't, unfortunately. There's many ANC comrades that can be president. Like who? There is no longer president quality in the ANC. Mention one so that we can tell you it's not possible. There are no longer president material in the ANC. They need to rebuild and groom the young talent. Okay. The 30 years of democracy whip in South Africa is not fake. Is what true. They would have got more votes under my money. Of course, my money. My money, man. Of course, if he was in the DA, this was the biggest opportunity for the DA if my money was the president. But guess what? They have less than 3 seats in parliament. And the 1 seat belongs to him and the other to another person. So, what? Paul Mashatile? No, not Paul. You can't make Paul the president. Naledi Pandor, of course. Naledi is the president material. But Naledi says she's done with politics. So, unfortunately, Naledi realized that she's been in politics for a long time it's time to say goodbye. So no Pravin, no Naledi, no Nkosazana, they are out, which it's how it should be. People are waiting, are fighting 90 years old like Mugabe. They are fighting to be presidents. That's not how it should be. And remember, the older you get, um, the weaker you become. Like when you grow, your mind just goes down closer to becoming a teenager, a kid, and goes down because you have just passed your limit. So how are these people at their old age going to deal with the most complex problems that we have in South Africa? I think that's why we get corruption, because they are just recruiting people to do their work because of old age. So she's gone. Just to check, guys, for the last time, if there are any improvements or any headlines in terms of whether we are going to be having a live stream or not. So far as I see, uh, there is nothing. There is nothing. They're probably just preparing. But hearing from that lady saying that they are going live, surely they should. But we've been waiting. We've been waiting for a long time. I'm sure you guys are sleepy also. And who's this? James, you are boring. I mean, James, come on. You can easily go somewhere because it's not a must to be engaging. I mean, people would say that I'm being rude, but what's the point of saying you are boring when the main fact of us is waiting for the president? I mean, James, Galahad. Zere Pos, he can announce coalition today. It is update only, but not conclusive. But then ZA, he should not be announcing then. Maybe just let the spokesperson do a briefing maybe tomorrow just to announce on what's going on, because to have people waiting for so long only for them not to announce. Lindiwe Sisulu ANC option. I think Lindiwe is no longer in favor of many people there in the ANC. And the position for president is it might not favor her. Matlomola, if MK announces former Chief Justice Mogoeng to be its president, everything is in order. The coalition, GateNet? What's GateNet? Now, I think whoever who's live, they are probably just preparing to go and broadcast that live, but I'll just check. As of now, we haven't seen anything, especially if uh, if you don't see it live on the SABC, just know that they are not yet live. So GateNet, I don't think GateNet is broadcasting Ramaphosa. They are probably just doing the last sauna. Again, guys, we're still waiting for Ramaphosa to come. If you feel like I'm tiring, it's probably because we've been here for 3 hours waiting for Ramaphosa and he's not coming. So hopefully he does. I'm also tired. I would like to just listen to what he says so that we can all go to sleep. But I think maybe they are looking at the time of 10 p.m. It's the only reason that we can think of why Ramaphosa is not addressing at the moment. DA doesn't talk land. Why? Don't think we are worthy to have a peace. The DA has their own agendas. That's why a lot of people don't believe in the DA, because they feel like DA is not for the people. They are for a minority. That would be the most available reason to put the DA aside and go with a coalition of other parties. Is it true that MK has issued a letter about coalition with the ANC? Somewhere correct. They did about 2 to 3 hours ago. They said that they are in communication with the ANC about coalition, and they would be having a meeting soon to iron out some few issues. But they reiterate that for them it's about the black people and their inspiration and aspirations. So anything that is not for them will not be taken into consideration. And that is what the sorry, the MK party is saying. Mario is preparing to read his resignation speech. Impossible. I do not think Ramaphosa would resign. What reason would have Ramaphosa resigning though? Like really, if we're being honest, what reasons would be there for him to resign? He doesn't see anything wrong with 40%. He believes that the cause of the fall of ANC is the MK party, which we all know it is. So he believes since MK party did them wrong, they should go back to the drawing board and deal with that issue. So he doesn't believe that he should be leaving the office. And actually, he's the president of the ANC, so it's going to be difficult to take him out. Play the Jacob Zuma video with EWN. You need to take a break. You have said good things. You need to take some break. Unfortunately, I can't, I want to play it so much, but remember, there are channels or media houses that if you touch their videos, automatically that's a copyright. So as much as I want to, I am not allowed unless I got permission. We got in trouble because of such cases with a political party, unfortunately. Before the election, a certain political party disappointed us so much because they took matters into their own hands instead of communicating with us. So unfortunately, I can't play that unless if I had a permission. But he did have a communication, and mostly it's just speaking about the time when he was taken out of the ANC, and also speaks about forming the MK party. But I'm sure you can check it out on EWN Eyewitness. What do you mean who? Who messed up with the channel, or who are you speaking about? Shafiga. And the formation of MK was a protest against the ANC of Ramaphosa, but it turned out to be a big movement, that protest. So it's basically correct calling it a protest movement, or you just saying it was formed. At least you are not boring me. Keep up the good informative work, Abud. Amen. Thank you very much, Kati. Thank you very much. I'm trying to be a workaholic also. DA must just be happy with the Western Cape coalition of ANC, EFF, and MK. To me, it's a waste of time. Same old ANC. Of course, that's what I said. It's like ANC doing a coalition with ANC. They all come from the ANC. They all have the same ideologies as the ANC. So it's ANC doing work with ANC. We are not going to see any difference. They're just going to be working together on what they believe in. But as I said, ANC being afraid to touch the issue of land, are they going to force the ANC? The AMK phenomenon is not new. The COPE and there was EFF, but the ANC maintained majority. Damn, I almost thought we are live. Why is taking these guys long? So you basically says that so MK party is not a valid excuse. I disagree. Well, EFF never declined the ANC to lower than to below 50%. COPE tried, but they never took ANC below. MK came, they took ANC below. So tell me, between the three breakaway parties, who is much more powerful between the three? Surely you should be speaking about the party that was formed last year, December, if you speak about a party with impact, because the rest of them failed. If COPE, when it was formed, was that powerful, it should have reduced the ANC. They failed. If EFF, when it was formed, it was that powerful, it should have reduced the ANC, but it couldn't. It failed. And this year, EFF was taking part. MK came, they reduced them to 50%, which tells you that the power is in Zuma's hands. He shook the ANC because they took him to court left, right, and center. That's because they believe that Zuma is the only person with much more power to reduce them. Don't forget about the vote in KZN. It's a big province. And if you have the KZN, you are a winner. Timothy, CIC Malema for President, Floyd for Finance, Advocate for Justice, KZN, Kwanazi for Police, Umpile. Wow. It seems like you're just giving a lot of them for ANC. I mean, for EFF, it's a lot of them, a lot of ministers. And unfortunately, they cannot work together as just EFF and ANC because the numbers don't add up. So I don't think they would give them those many positions. And the ANC has not delivered. So let's follow good governance. Guys, we are almost. I'm just gonna play that clip one more time while I take a break. Hopefully, these guys come back to address us. It's been going on for a long time now. It's enough.
Guys, yeah.
Sanbonan, we're here outside Birchwood Hotel, outside the NEC meeting of the African National Congress. We're here to register our concern about a sustained campaign from the media and all right-wing centers for a coalition government with the ANC and the DA. And we're saying as members of the African National Congress, we cannot, in good conscience, support a coalition with the Democratic Alliance because history has shown that the Democratic Alliance is anti-transformation. They are against the minimum wage, they're against affirmative action, they're against the NHI. All progressive legislation that the ANC has advanced in Parliament, the DA has stood directly opposed to it, which means they're against the very core transformation agenda of the African National Congress. So how can you co-govern with such people? In addition to that, a government of national unity with a political party representing white interests who burnt our flag a mere 2 months ago. We're saying as members of the ANC, we trust our NEC, we elected them, we have full confidence in their decision making, and we trust that that decision will exclude the DA from forming part of any government of national unity.
What about those who say this is a done deal? It was done long time ago. You'd remember there's a clip of Helen Zille in 2019 already speaking about going into a coalition with the ANC as the horse not bolted.
You know, those people don't understand the ANC and how the ANC works. Today, we are outside a National Executive Committee meeting of the African National Congress. The NEC is the highest decision maker, and this NEC has not sat to deliberate on these matters. So anyone who thinks they are a bus somewhere and they have kitchen girls and garden boys must think again. Madam Helen Zille must think again. There's no done deal. Abaholi, the African National Congress, they will deliberate in their wisdom. We will welcome their decision, and we're sure that decision will exclude the racist Democratic Alliance that endorses a genocide in Palestine.
What should that decision include? Who should it include if it excludes the DA?
We're here to say we have full confidence in the leadership of the ANC. The National Executive Committee is made up of cadres of our liberation movement, and they will take that decision. It's their space. It's not our space. Our space is simply to say no to the Democratic Alliance because that represents regress of our national democratic revolution. And so that's our space. For them, they will deliberate. We will accept their decision, and we will definitely welcome it, and we're sure that it will not include the DA.
Why are you following your own channels? Does this not signal humour within the organization?
No, what would be problematic is for the leadership to take a decision and me not to be a disciplined member and abide by that decision. There's no decision that has been taken. They are here today to deliberate on that decision. Hence, we saw it fit to come and register our concern before they deliberate. So there's nothing ill-disciplined about that. People who think it's ill discipline, they don't understand the African National Congress.
So now that because the ANC hasn't won a majority, right? That's why the party finds itself in a position where it's negotiating. What did you say to people who are saying the party doesn't have a choice but to engage parties like the DA?
Yes, unfortunately the ANC did not get an overwhelming majority, and that reality means that you have to engage different political parties to try to form a government. We're saying that government must be a progressive government. It mustn't be a regressive government, and the inclusion of the DA would mean that it would be a regressive government, because we've seen how the DA has behaved over the past 30 years and how it has stood against progress. So we're simply saying, yes, we accept that we did not get the overwhelming majority. After the dust is settled, we will go and introspect on all those matters, but for now, the government that is formed must be a progressive government, not a regressive one, and the inclusion of the Democratic Alliance threatens that.
What then, though, to if that this decision you are opposing is taken, what is the next move?
The next move, as a disciplined member of the ANC, is to accept the leadership and that is provided and the decisions that are taken by upper structures. We have always done that. We are disciplined members of the ANC. We're simply here to register to say that there's no way we can accept that the DA form part of a progressive government. But of course, we're disciplined members. Once the leadership has spoken, they've spoken.
Apologies if you've answered this already, but since you've mentioned that the DA is a regressive party, who are the progressive parties that it would be worth to consider as the NEC sits today?
The Progressive Party is the liberation movement that was formed in 1912. That's the Progressive Party in South Africa. So that party must lead a progressive government of national unity with other political parties that don't stand opposed to what the ANC is trying to achieve.
So which parties do not oppose what the ANC is trying to achieve?
That's their space to deliberate on that. They are here today. This meeting is precisely for that deliberation, and that out of this meeting, they will make that determination. What we're saying as members of the ANC is that we are sure that the DA is not one of them.
Okay, thank you.
I think we are 2 minutes away from 10. Hopefully, that is the time we're going to get a briefing from the ANC president. People have been waiting, and next thing you hear him not even announcing the coalition agreement. So let us just hope, guys, in the next 2 or less than 2 minutes, they are going to go live. It's too late. There is no way he wants us to wait more than we've already waited. I think the best thing would be just address and get done. Anyway, they said they have long ended with their meeting. So whatever that is keeping them going or making us wait for so long, it should be dealt with. Enough is enough. I mean, we've been waiting. We've been waiting for the president to address us on various issues, mainly the coalition, because they have no choice but to work with other parties. It's about a minute to go to 10. So let's be patient. Hopefully, I mean, the voice is gone now, and we've really waited. President is not showing any signs of returning. But once he's on, I'm just gonna switch off my camera, and we're just gonna go live, and I'll keep quiet, and we all listen to the president. So hopefully, guys, he comes on soon. It's going to be better for us to hear what he has to say. The matter of a DA or no DA now doesn't matter. We just need we just need to hear what they spoke about. Anyway, I think they would be going to Parliament soon because the list has been received by Raymond Zondo, Chief Justice Raymond Zondo. So sooner or later, that list will have to call the members to come and start proceedings. And we head to the State of the Nation, which is first time ever is going to be uninterrupted State of the Nation. Unless DA is the only opposition, then they are going to interrupt. But if they work together, trust Ramaphosa to have a smooth speech without no interruption. That payback the money is no longer gonna be in the field. So guys, we currently waiting. We are on 10 o'clock. Hopefully, by the grace of God, someone does something there, and then we go live. It's been going on for 3 hours, 3 full hours, waiting for the president of South Africa to address us on the matters of importance. I'm sure people are sleeping. They'll wake up to hear the news tomorrow because it doesn't make sense. It's really not making any sense, but we will wait since we want to hear what President Ramaphosa is saying. So yes, the waiting game continues, and hoping to hear what our president says. And I would appreciate the likes, those who haven't liked the video, to like the stream. Uh, that's the best we can do so far while waiting for our president, who's not even coming. Um, last time they said he's about to come, but seems like they should just send someone to tell the media that we are not briefing you today. We'll do it tomorrow because it's been going on and on. That is the most anticipated live briefing, media briefing since elections. Forget about the announcement of the elections. Everyone wants to hear what Ramaphosa will be saying. So whatever that he is going to be saying, it should be very important, and um, hopefully we finally find out the real problem that we are going to be dealing with for the next 5 years. So for now, guys, I'm just going to just switch off the camera, and as we wait for uh, Ramaphosa to go live, and then yeah, I'll wait here with the rest of you guys. Hopefully, he comes back because it's 10 o'clock now. I mean, everyone should be tired, and if he doesn't come by 10:30, surely we should be ending the stream, and then if he comes, we can start a new one because at this point it's like waiting until 12 p.m., 12 a.m. still not going live, guys. I really don't know. We have exhausted our batteries. So the fact that he's still not going live should be a worry for us. Last time we had such anticipation was when we were waiting for him to resign, only for him not to resign during those Pala scandals. So he's still not coming to us. He's still not. I can see there's a there's a lot of. Okay, I'm just gonna show you these guys just to see that there are updates regarding that. Yes, guys. Just to switch on the camera. So I've just seen on Twitter there is I just liked this tweet. They say are saying, okay. Sure why it's not showing, but I did like this tweet. It's currently showing the situation there um by the press briefing where people are waiting for the president to arrive, and he has not yet arrived. So hopefully, scan.
Bate no pictures big. Ramaphosa tells the monte. Bate no pictures big. Ramaphosa tells the monte.
So it's currently hectic, fully packed. And I said, everyone is waiting to hear what Ramaphosa says. The tweet says we are now waiting for the president of the ANC closing remarks. So you can really understand how people have been waiting and being patient to listen to the message of Ramaphosa. I mean, it's 10 past 10. How long does he need to say that? I have seen Fikile. Come on, Fikile Balula is just tweeting pictures of himself, adoring himself that much, instead of coming up with something important. Okay, okay, maybe that's positive from Fikile. He says, maybe you guys should see this. Doesn't help just reading it. Sorry. Shows. He says, sure you can see. The closing address by ANC President Comrade of the ANC and EC special sitting will be live on all my ANC platforms. So as soon we should be live, guys. Soon we should be going. Let us keep the views going. Who am I speaking to? How can you keep the views going while you're still live? Anyway, let us keep the likes going. And pray that this honorable president of ours doesn't come at 11. He comes anyway, at 10:30 or before that. We can accept that at least, and he must come up with something that we can say it was worth the wait. The introduction of Helen Zille as the deputy president of South Africa. Now, um, you guys have been patient enough. I can't thank you enough for the patience you have shown. And of course, being part of the channel and watching live, it's positive to us, and really appreciate it. And I'm sure there will be many more live streams that will be coming, and you guys being part of it would just be clicking the notification bell so that in future, when we go live, we can go live together. Uh, just to see if maybe there's improvement. Okay, no. So that if we go live, we can all go live together and be able to discuss issues concerning South Africa. Actually, the plan is this year to go live more and have a discussion. It doesn't matter if they are breaking news or more or what. As long as we can have discussions, I think it's going to be very important. And I appreciate you guys making your presence on the channel, and may it continue and not go down. Well, I'm trying to keep the time going. We are still waiting. It's 22:14. So Fikile said Ramaphosa would be coming on soon. So hopefully soon means now and not tomorrow. What will happen if the ANC choose the DA over other black parties? What will happen is that it's going to be a coalition of ANC and DA. And I think people are going to complain and make a lot of noise. But at the end, if they decided, no one will do anything about it. You might come here, speak so much English with nothing tangible. Lena lizibe batho. Yeah, no, he he should come. I mean, he should come. We're really waiting for the address. It's going for 4 hours while waiting for the president. It's impossible. It can't be. It can't be that the president makes us wait for so long and not come to address the people. I mean, it's almost 11. Most of us are asleep by this time, and because of the address, we have to wait and see if the address is something that is going to break the news tomorrow. Now, while we're waiting for that, there's this updates on by OR Tambo International Airport saying 6 June 2024, South African police bomb squad alerted to security threat on board Fly flight at Cape Town International Airport. Airport company AXA can confirm that the South African police bomb squad was deployed to Cape Town International Airport earlier this evening after the crew of a departing flight was alerted to a possible security threat aboard the aircraft. The security threat of FlySafare, that's the best I can pronounce, FA102 due to depart for OR Tambo International Airport was managed by the SAPS and relevant law enforcement agencies. AXA can confirm that airport and airline management was at the scene to ensure full compliance with all aviation safety and security protocols required by law. It's a long list. The safety and security of passengers and crew are of utmost importance. All passengers and crew have safely disembarked the flight. The SAPS, together with aviation security team, has ensured that all the necessary measures are in place to mitigate any risk associated with this threat. That is the update regarding a bomb threat in Cape Town International Airport. Such things are going to be happening. You know, with elections and the possibility of a change of government, you come across such things, bomb scares and all these things. But I think South African police should be doing their work and not be scared of anything. We once were told about a bomb in a Senten, only to find out that ambassador of the US is spreading fake news. So hopefully there is nothing to be scared of. And still, we're still waiting for the president of South Africa. Still not coming. I mean, for now, let's just say 10:30, the president will be speaking. And it's probably they're finishing typing the speech. I would be very disappointed to hear Ramaphosa speaking but not mentioning anything solid. He mustn't come and talk to us about the fact that we are still talking or we are still going to have communication. It must be a decision. You are the biggest, you are the party with the biggest percentage. You are the one who should tell them where to go, when to go, and how to do it. So we've waited. The only thing they can tell us is what's happening. Still nothing again. I will keep you guys updated and thank you for being so patient. It's been some people have been here for more than 3 hours, so um, let the wait continue as our president keeps us waiting. We've waited. The only thing left is to listen and go to sleep. And thank you for guys who have been hitting that like button. We are on 281. I would have loved for us to end the stream over 300 likes. That would be the best gift for me, as we've been all sitting here waiting for the president, and he's not coming. This ANC has no respect. This is why they lost 17%, of course. Keeping us waiting for such a long time. It's like time management is not there in the ANC. And actually they started early. It's just that they did not finish in time. With how much time they've taken, one thinks that whatever that they would be saying to us should be very solid. You can't take forever and come and tell us uncooked decisions. It's still a lot of members there, guys, to be honest. And really, at the press conference, and I'm just watching on Twitter. I'm not sure if it's gonna display on my computer, but I'm just watching there. Okay, here's one. That's what's currently happening, and actually, here's the ANC, which made a tweet about 2 minutes ago, and again singing. Let's just hear what they are singing about. Those are the songs of defeated MP, comrades. Comrades know that they've given it their shot. They've given their shot, and whatever that going to happen, they know that they lost. So They have no buying power anymore. Is the ANC of Honorable President Ramaphosa. And while we're busy waiting for Ramaphosa, I must thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. The 300 likes, you made it happen. Thank you very much for liking, and I'm sure you could have chosen another channel to follow the proceedings, but you are here, and that makes me happy that the support has been massive. Hoping not to disappoint, and in a good note, listening to the president delivering his address of a possible coalition. So we're still waiting. And I would think now the best time would be in 6 minutes for them to address. Other than that, I don't really know. I don't really know how they would keep us waiting so long to go as far as 11 p.m. I mean, it's been going for some time now. The ANC needs to address. And anyway, guys, still waiting. 317. Oh, guys, thank you very much. It keeps going up. I would say let's go to 400, but it's not possible. 300 is what we are thankful of, and if it can go as much as more than that. Okay, guys, just a second. We are going live. Just gonna catch it on their YouTube. We are going live. I know it's live on. They've just started a live on their. Okay, let's catch it here then.
That continues to take place in Gaza, in Palestine, where atrocities against civilians continue to cause great hardship and loss of life to the people of Gaza. We condemn the most recent bombing of a school in a refugee center and facilities housing displaced people in Gaza. We call on the international community to act now to end the genocide that is being perpetrated against the Palestinian people. This NEC meeting has just concluded a full day of discussions on the election outcome and the way ahead. We have recognized that the people of South Africa have made their wishes known in free and fair elections. We accept the outcome of these elections as the will of the people of South Africa. The ANC has emerged from these elections as the largest political party in the country. We are humbled by the confidence that the people of South Africa have shown in the African National Congress. We now say, as the National Executive Committee, that we have heard the concerns of the people of South Africa. We have also heard their frustrations and recognized their aspirations. The 40% vote for the ANC is a recognition that the ANC remains a pivotal partner in the country's search for a way forward, and that there can be no solution in our country without the ANC. That in itself places a responsibility on the ANC to ensure that there is unity, stability, peace and progress in South Africa. Of the NEC, we have looked at various different scenarios for setting up government. As the ANC, with its 40% return of votes, cannot really set up government without cooperating with others. The discussions have been constructive, robust, thoroughgoing, and have enabled us to emerge with a unified consensus position. The NEC meeting has provided clear direction on the work that we must do over the next few days, as well as the next few weeks, to establish national and provincial governments that are stable, effective, and advance the interests of the people of South Africa as a whole. The ANC acknowledges that we are at a moment of fundamental consequence in the life of our nation. Our country requires extraordinary leadership and courage to plot a way forward. We must act with speed to safeguard national unity, peace, stability, inclusive economic growth, non-racialism, and non-sexism. We will ensure the continuation of a progressive agenda of social and economic transformation in our country. We have therefore agreed that we will invite political parties to form a government of national unity as the best option to move our country forward. The modalities of the government of national unity will take into account the conditions prevailing at this moment in our country's history. The purpose of the government of national unity must be first and foremost to tackle the pressing issues that South Africans want to be addressed. These issues include job creation and the growth of our economy that will be inclusive, the high cost of living, service delivery, crime, and corruption. The NEC has agreed that this moment calls for the broadest unity of the people of South Africa. This moment also calls for multi-party cooperation and multi-stakeholder collaboration if we are to overcome the severe challenges that confront our country. From the results of these elections, it is clear that South Africans expect their leaders to work together to meet their needs. They expect us to find common ground, to overcome our differences, and to act together for the good of everyone. We are committed to ensuring that a government of national unity has the means and the ability to build an inclusive economy, to create jobs, to end corruption, to tackle crime and to improve the provision of services to our people. In establishing a government of national unity, we would be building on a very rich history of cooperation across divides of politics and ideology. We would be drawing on an experience with which South Africans are familiar and which served our country well at a time of great difficulty and division. 30 years after the achievement of democracy in 1994, we are, as the people of South Africa, once again called upon to ensure that we collaborate and that political parties should come together to forge a common future for our country. But it is not only political parties that need to come together. We believe that there is a need for a national dialogue which brings together all parties, all social partners, and all sections of society to seek consensus on the actions required to take the country forward. Such a national dialogue will enhance our pressing task of rebuilding social cohesion in a fractured society following a particularly toxic and divisive election campaign. With regard to the practicalities of the way forward, the NEC has benefited from a report on the preliminary engagements our task team has had with various political parties. The task team is composed of 5 national officials, except for the President and the Deputy President, that is convened by the Secretary General, together with other members of both the NWC and the NEC, as well as officials who support them. We have already held constructive discussions with a number of parties: the Economic Freedom Fighters, the Inkatha Freedom Party, the Democratic Alliance, the National Freedom Party, the Patriotic Alliance. We've also engaged our alliance partners to brief them on the process and will continue to seek their invaluable views and guidance. The ANC has entered these discussions with an open mind and a commitment to speak to all parties that have a stated intention to advance the interests of the people of South Africa. As the NEC, we have already agreed in April 2023 on certain principles that should guide our approach to collaborating with other parties in coalitions. The principles we will collaborate with other parties are based on advancing the building of a united, democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous nation. We further said that any such agreement of working with others must be based on a common minimum program that focuses on measurable targets for economic growth and inclusion, on service delivery and development. All parties must commit to shared values, nation building, and social cohesion. Now, these values include respect for the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the rule of law, social justice and equity, human dignity, non-racialism, and non-sexism. These values also include stability, accountability, transparency, integrity, community participation, and good governance. Agreements between parties who will be involved in this whole process should, in the end, be in writing. They should be public. They should also be transparent and include measures for holding all participants accountable. Our approach to how provincial governments are formed, where we do not have an outright majority, will be guided by the same principles. The ANC notes that we do have ideological and political differences with several parties in our political landscape. However, we will not preclude the possibility of working with any party so long as it is in the public interest and it is in keeping with the principles that I have articulated. Guided by these principles, understanding the needs of the country and appreciating the expressed will of the people, the National Executive Committee has agreed to seek agreement amongst parties on the formation of the Government of National Unity. This NEC has therefore mandated our negotiating task team to proceed to engage with parties on this proposal of a GNU. They will also reach out to a broader range of parties to enrich the process and promote inclusiveness. We have directed the task team under the guidance of the national officials, the working committee, to develop in greater detail the modalities and button down our principles and the governance framework to guide all the parties to the Government of National Unity to ensure that it is coherent and effective and is aimed at serving the interests of the people of South Africa. We have agreed as this NEC that it is both necessary and strategic that we act in a manner that seeks to unite the broadest range of social forces and isolate those that seek to cause chaos and instability and division. As the ANC, we will be reaching out to formations across society to build a shared program for social and economic change. In the coming days, we will be convening meetings of ANC structures to discuss the conduct and outcomes of the election, the immediate priorities, as well as the way forward. As the election results emerged last week, there was some measure of fear that the outcomes would lead to fragmentation and instability. Following election campaigns that tended towards polarization, there was a measure of fear as well that South Africans would not be able to work together. There was also fear that the transformation of our society would be disrupted and that our efforts to rebuild the economy would be derailed. Yet, as this NEC has determined, the outcome of this election presents an opportunity to forge a more inclusive, cooperative, and an effective approach to governance. It presents to the people of South Africa an opportunity to bring political parties and social partners together to address the challenges that concern most South Africans. A government of national unity is the most viable, the most effective and most powerful way of meeting the expectations of all South Africans at this particular moment. We are called upon as this leadership and as a movement to give effect to the will and to the wishes of the voters of this country. As I conclude, allow me to extend on behalf of the National Executive Committee our sincere thanks to ANC volunteers throughout the country. Also to our deployees and our veterans and our stalwarts who worked tirelessly to reach voters across the country to bring them out to vote. We also extend our thanks, more importantly, to the people of South Africa who turned out in their millions to vote and to affirm their confidence in democracy and in the future of our country. And those important people, the people of South Africa, we thank them, irrespective of which party they voted for. We, as the African National Congress, we thank them. Our democracy has been hugely enhanced, and the people of of our country have spoken, and we accept their vote and the way they've concluded their voting. Thank you very much.
There you have it, guys. The president has spoken. We can have a little discussion before we leave, or we can choose to end the stream now. But thank you guys for waiting. But it must be said, we waited for nothing. Like always, we waited for nothing. There is no solid address here. There is nothing. There is no confirmed coalition. But in fact, what we are getting is that we are still going to be working together. However, the president doesn't answer questions. The president doesn't always answer questions, but I'm disappointed, but I'm looking forward to seeing what is the conclusion on this. People were complaining about the DA, saying that they don't want to see the DA. Voila, the DA is part of the conversation. Ramaphosa would be initiating a deeper conversation and meetings with these selected political parties, the EFF, the DA, the IFP, the PA, and the National Freedom Party, the NFP. These are the parties that the ANC will be talking to. You might be wondering, what about the MK party? Before he ended his address, he spoke about we are not going to allow people who are going to be divisive. I might be wrong, but I'm thinking he's actually subbing the MK party about the fact that he's not looking for people who are going to be causing problems. I might be wrong, but I think they are not going to be including the MK party in their conversation. I spoke about that thing of Ramaphosa, the ANC, not going to be happy with the fact that MK just out of the blue decided they are going to send a message to say that we are in communication with the ANC and we are going to be having the meeting. Why now? Why now? Why now the MK party? We need parties to work together to deliver service for us, but why now? Anyway, it does look like the ANC sat in that meeting to discuss half of the problems they have. They are now going to be putting a team of a group of people, a team from the ANC, who's going to be forming these negotiations. In that negotiation, there's Fikile Mbalula, who's going to be screaming if they are not giving him what he wants. He's going to be meeting with the team of Julius Malema and the rest of the parties to see if a coalition can work. Are you guys happy with the fact that the DA is there? Because people were complaining. And are you looking forward to what is going to come out of those negotiations? He has already indicated the teams that are making part of the negotiations, the political parties. Now what's left is to see, are they going to work together? Isaac says EFF will be addressing tomorrow. Let's hope to hear that. Messi fans, yes, sir. And Moloko for the growth of the channel. And then Mascol, I listened but didn't hear what he was saying because there was nothing. There was nothing to say. They could have written that on a statement and just said, this is what's going on. Why brief us when you have unfinished issues? We certainly didn't stay here for those things. And if the ANC is about to dish us this kind of services, that's a service delivery. If they are going to give us these services, it is going to be a shocker. And one really doesn't regret not voting, because you can't keep us so long only to tell us about the issue of we will speak. You've been in a meeting. Anyway, don't support ANC. I've been on this live for 5 hours and nothing came up. I agree with you. I've been here, nothing came up. We've been here, nothing. I mean, they don't take us serious. Gip, the MK leader thinks he's like a small boy. He don't care at all. That's the feel me attitude. He wants the ANC to feel his presence. But unfortunately, if they are continuing without them, I'm waiting to see what is going to be the response. We waited for nothing. They lost numbers. ANC has expired. They must go. Guys, I would think you want to sleep. I don't think you guys would want us to continue. You waited for so long, and I haven't eaten since I was supposed to eat about 4 hours ago. So I spent time here because I waited to hear the news. I got hungry for nothing. Ramaphosa didn't deliver. Are they going to deliver with the team of Fikile Mbalula and the rest of those who are going to be negotiating? You know, this is the same team when they are telling us our forefathers were robbed of their cattle because they didn't know how to negotiate. Today they are sending Fikile and the team. Hey, ANC is going to come back with 2 ministers from the negotiation because people will be screaming. Anyway, guys, I thank you so much for tuning into the channel. I said we have an issue currently on the channel. The best thing you do is to click on the notification bell so that when we go live, when we post videos, you can be able to support us. And it means a lot. Makes me so happy to see the likes going as far as 342. Unfortunately, we couldn't do 400, but I'm happy. And I hope you guys have the best. The rest of the day is good for you because we are all going to sleep until we meet again, guys. Take care. I love you.